Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RMIT Fintech Blockchain Forum 2021. The forum is hosted by RMIT Vietnam Fintech Club and the Fintech Crypto Hub that promotes fintech, blockchain knowledge, connects academics and students with top fintech and blockchain companies, and also provides networking and career opportunities to our participants. My name is Nguyen Bùi, and it's my privilege to be the MC of today's forum. Thank you so much to all of you for taking your time to join us, either on Zoom or watching the live stream on our Facebook fan page. On behalf of the RMIT Fintech Club and the forum's organizing team, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards our one and only diamond sponsor, Binance, the leading blockchain company that owns the world's biggest cryptocurrency exchange, along with one of the most popular cryptocurrencies in the market, BNB. And also, I would like to extend my appreciation to our co-organizer, the RMIT FinTech Crypto Hub. This event wouldn't have happened smoothly without the support from you. Most importantly, it's an honor to have all the leading experts, enthusiasts, and community in the field of blockchain and fintech here with us today. To kick off the forum, we are pleased to have Dr. Huy Phạm, our dearest finance lecturer at RMIT University Vietnam, and also the founder of RMIT Fintech Crypto Hub, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Huy, please turn on your camera and say hi to our audiences.
Hello guys, Nguyen Sokat now. Welcome to RMIT Fintech Blockchain Forum 2021. First of all, I would like to thank all participants who are here today with us. I would also like to thank the RMIT Fintech Crypto Hub members, the Fintech Club, the RMIT Student Support Program, and the Careers, Alumni, and Industry Relations Department at RMIT, and our very only sponsor, our diamond sponsor, Binance Vietnam. The forum cannot take place without your great support. And as you may know, technological advances have been vital in the development process of our human history. We have gone a long way from significant agricultural innovation thousands of years ago to technological breakthroughs with financial technologies and blockchain today. So we are lucky to witness the significant changes in our generation, and Vietnam is right in the center of this innovation wave. So here we are today with the leading experts in fintech and blockchain in Vietnam. I believe they will bring the great insights and discussion to the audience today, and I hope you will enjoy the forum. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you in many exciting sessions today. Thank you, Nguyen. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Huy, for your amazing opening speech. And now, please welcome our keynote speaker of the forum, Senior Finance Program Manager and Lecturer at RMIT University Vietnam, Dr. Bình Nguyễn. Dr. Bình, hello, welcome to the forum.
Hello, hi, welcome. Also a warm welcome from me. Very excited about today to see our industry partners, so many of you that you're joining today, so many interested parties that joining the event, as well as to see how our students are really pushing the frontier here of fintech and blockchain. And yeah, I'm very excited and really pleased to be here today. So I'm very honored to have the opportunity to just give the keynote of this. I promise this is going to be very short and sweet. And yeah, I have only 20 minutes of time. Nguyen has only given me 20 minutes of time. So I really here try to focus on the key value add of fintech and blockchain and why those are so transformative technologies that I truly believe are a force of good, changing human society and the economy for the better by empowering everyone in the world to participate in the financial market. So yeah, let me just go through this. here, a little bit about our RMIT FinTech Crypto Hub. So we spend a lot of time to do research and create educational services, as well as to interact and work together with the industry, as well as the government. So very exciting news that just recently CoinDesk, I think one of the biggest business news outlets in the crypto space, has ranked RMIT as #2 in the world in terms of universities in the area of blockchain and crypto. And I think this just shows the tremendous work that we are doing here in this frontier area. And we are offering courses around fintech and blockchain, financial technology, crypto finance, the blockchain economy, and also the digital and criminal issues in the digital world here. And I think there will be more courses to come in the future. You can look forward to that. All right, let me immediately go to the structure of today's presentation. So actually, I will only cover 3 areas. The first one is about the evolution of finance, and why it is important and how finance actually has evolved over time and what is going to come in the next decade. And then in the second part of my presentation, I will talk specifically about the value that financial technology and blockchain create. And lastly, of course, about the metaverse, a very hot topic nowadays, I will try to give a perspective where financial technology and blockchain will fit into the metaverse. Okay, let's start with the evolution of finance. So here, when we think about human development, as Dr. Hui Fa mentioned, so we have gone through different eras of technologies that have really elevated the level of human creation and has unlocked a lot of economic growth and wealth for everyone in the world. So if we look back to the history of society, maybe some 1,000 years back, we started to live in villages and to facilitate trading and specializations. I think this happened when we had the agrarian revolution, where we were able to create food at scale. And then we started to live in villages, which then transformed into cities because of the economies of scale, when people gather around and share labor and specialize. So we had then cities. And the cities later on became provinces and then countries, effectively. And all along of this, we had a financial layer, which are basically banks, financial intermediaries, which were really crucial in facilitating the trade, the share of labor, as well as the resource allocation, the capital allocation in a village, city, or country. Right. So nowadays we still have the big financial institutions, the big banks, who are still doing the job of helping to allocate financial resources effectively. Okay, but where will the future go? Yeah, I think after the pandemic, right? Many people, many jobs move online, either partly or 100%. Totally. Okay, so it seems that this trend of working online will become a bigger part of our economy. And I think the question then really arises is, how do we organize ourselves? Right? We don't live in village and work in villages, cities and countries anymore, but at some point in time, we will work more in global digital networks. I think to some extent, we are already doing it today. And some companies are really leading here, and they have changed their business model and their working model, right? So that everyone can just live from anywhere, can live and work from anywhere they want, and just joining these digital networks. Okay. And moving forward, maybe let's say the next decade, this becomes even more a clearer infrastructure for our society as well as economy, and we're moving into this so-called metaverse. I will talk a little bit more about the metaverse later on, but this seems to be where the direction is going, where we have really this immersive digital world where without real borders, right? No geographical borders. So now the question really arises, when we live and work in the global digital networks as well as in the metaverse, so which financial infrastructures will we use? Right? Because nowadays our banks, our investment funds, a lot of them, or financial intermediaries in general, they are still quite within a geographical borders areas. But as we live and work in the digital space, in digital networks, in the metaverse, without real geographical borders, so now we need new types of financial infrastructures. Right? And finance is just the financial layer for economic prosperity. If we don't have a well-defined, functioning financial infrastructure, then entrepreneurs cannot get their capital to realize their dreams, right? And then to create economic value. So the key question here for the future, as we live in the digital space and work in the digital space, is, okay, which financial infrastructure will we have? Besides of that, there are some existing issues with our traditional financial system. I will talk about them very briefly. The first thing is that still we have quite centralized control of the current financial intermediaries, right? And then we still have limited access for people around the world, particularly in areas which are more distant from the cities, so more suburban areas. So nowadays, around estimation is 1.7 billion people are still unbanked. So this is a huge part of human society here that financial services cannot serve right now. And another issue is, there's no real interoperability of financial products. So in a sense that, for example, if I like a product from bank A and I also like the product from bank B, it's quite hard for me to really combine them into one financial products that I like to have. Or if there are 100 products from 100 different banks, I cannot really create 100 bank accounts to get access to each of those products, right? So how can we facilitate this, make it easier for people to just compose and create financial services based on the needs? And also, we are still having inefficiencies in our current financial system, so that financial services can be quite expensive, particularly if we think about cross-border financial transactions, right? It takes a lot of time, maybe a week, and associated with very high costs. So, and all of these shortcomings of the current financial system lead to lower economic growth. So, as people don't have access to financial services, they are just not as productive, right? They cannot materialize the ideas. So we have lower economic growth, and also at the same time, amplification of economic inequality, which means that people who have access to financial services become richer, and people who don't, they cannot really grow as fast as people who have financial services, right? No bank account, no payments, no savings account, no investment products. So it's very hard then to climb the income and wealth ladder within a country. And I believe that financial technology and blockchain really can help to alleviate all of these issues and to prepare us for the working in the global digital network or in the metaverse, or even more, we can even create new financial products, which we haven't seen before. So here, just a couple of words about financial technology, but I really do think that most of you, all of you actually have already used some types of financial technologies. So here, the idea is that we are using the digital infrastructure to enhance the financial services for the digital economy, right? So if you use wallets like Momo, right? We have somebody from Momo here today. Then you have very easy access to payment services and even borrowing and lending services, savings account, and it's just overall just makes the financial services a lot more accessible, easy to use, and with a lot less frictions and costs. Right, and this really helps to increase the financial inclusion. So I think that in terms of financial technology, this is a force for good. I think every one of us who have used financial technologies can clearly see that. So I would like to spend more time to talk about the blockchain now. So why it is very powerful. So here, so the blockchain, how I think about it is that it's basically like the internet, but it is the internet of valuable information. So if you think about the internet, what is the internet? The internet is just some computers around the world are connected to each other, and they exchange information based on the TCP/IP protocol, right? It's just a network of information. And when you think of the blockchain, so I think about it also a network of computers, but they are storing and exchanging valuable information. This is how I think about it. And maybe some of you haven't really heard about the blockchain, what it is. So here, just some very high level ideas about the blockchain you can take away from here. So it's basically a software that is running on a distributed network. So it's running on multiple computers, not on one. And what does it do? It records data and transactions, basically. So you can effectively put any types of data on the blockchain. Nowadays, most of these data are some record keeping of ownership or some transactional data. Okay, so with that technology, blockchain, we can create trust in online interactions. So in the digital space, without needing an intermediary, while still having a high level of security. For example, an easy example is that if you have a bank account here in the physical world, without the blockchain, what you do is that you do your KYC with the bank. The bank knows that you are the customer, then you deposit some money in the bank. And the bank will always verify that you are the owner of this amount of bank deposit that you have. And you can use it to transfer to another person. Okay, using the blockchain, we can have the same financial service, a bank, where we can put our money into and send it to other people to transact, but without the bank actually. We're just putting it in the cyberspace, in the digital space on the blockchain. There's no bank in behind, there's no company behind, and virtually there's nobody that needs to verify that it's yours. Because as the blockchain works is that you only need here an authentication number. We think about it, it's like your private password, and consisting of some numbers and letters here. And if you have this already proves that you are the owner of the information on the blockchain or the assets stored on the blockchain. So it's a very powerful tool, because here what's actually happened is that using this technology, we can have a new form of property rights. This is very, very important. Normally, our property rights, usually we have a bank account. So here the bank verifies that we own the deposit, right? If we own real estate, then we have governmental body who verifies that we are owning the real estate. If we have stocks, then we have the stock exchange right who basically verifies that we are owning the stock. So always with some parties verifying the property that we own. But now with the blockchain, we have a new form of property rights where we don't need any parties to verify that we own the property, particularly the digital property. This is the key issue here. That a key takeaway that I want really everybody to just understand, that this is the powerful part. We have a new form of property rights with the blockchain. Okay, then with this new form of property rights, and here, what can we create with it? Right? So I also say here often refer to blockchain as a trust machine, that it's actually a tool to create trust in the digital space. And this can be used as the very important infrastructure for the digital economy and society. And what are the current creations with the blockchain that we have? So here, some new financial products we have created. right? Bitcoin, I think everybody has heard about Bitcoin. It's an application of the blockchain where we give property rights about these digital coins to everyone in the world without the need of any intermediaries. Nobody verified. Then we have now NFTs, right? So these are more non-fungible version of digital tokens storing on the blockchain, which we can, just attribute all types of digital objects to these NFTs. We also have new form of governance nowadays using the blockchain by having these governance tokens. You can think about it just like that you have a voting right. If you own these tokens, you have the voting rights to change the rules of a certain blockchain protocol, for example. So I think this is going to be more important in the future. It's already running nowadays, but I think it's not really into the mainstream yet. And then here we're the third new creation of infrastructure in the digital economy and society with the blockchain, which is a new form of global collaborations. We have these decentralized autonomous organizations nowadays. So in a sense, we can think about them as a country, right, or a company. So why do we need companies or countries? It's because it really helps us to coordinate our collaboration and work and use the rules that we all agree on. And here there's a new form of these global collaborations in this decentralized autonomous organizations, which are basically an applications of the blockchain here. So overall, I would summarize about fintech and blockchain that we are enhancing existing financial services with fintech and blockchain. We create new financial products and services like Bitcoin, NFTs, and we give people, everyone in the world, new form of property rights. A really strong form of property rights here that everybody who just needs the authentication code, the private key, or to really then to have access to all of their property in the digital space. I think this is very, very powerful tool for economic empowerment, economic growth, and it also creates a lot of opportunities for companies, businesses to create new financial products and services, like in Vietnam, right? I think Vietnam is a space where we have a lot of these great startups like Xfinity, Coin98, who really are showing to on a global stage that we can create very value-creating products and services. This fintech and blockchain technologies, I think, will really enable global collaboration at scale that we haven't seen before in human history. And then I would just like to give a little bit of perspective about the metaverse and how fintech and blockchain are really enabling the metaverse. That I think without fintech and blockchain, we cannot really have a proper built metaverse. So first here, let's talk about the metaverse. So I think this is a buzzword nowadays, and it's very trendy. And I think the market is still trying to figuring out what the actual definition of the metaverse is. I think Facebook has presented its version. I don't think this is the only version. I think that there are different versions of the metaverse here. But let me just talk here about one interpretation of the metaverse, which is here the open metaverse. I believe that the open metaverse is really the thing that will bring economic empowerment and help to everybody, for everyone, create opportunities for everyone to create and to live the way they like. So here are some key features of an open metaverse that I believe are important. So here, basically, the metaverse will be is an immersive version of the internet. So it's going to be very seamless. I think maybe 5 to 10 years from now, we are not going to really look at all of the screens anymore, but we are really going to maybe have virtual glasses to immerse more in the digital metaverse here. Sorry, just want to go back here. I was quite confused. Okay, all right. Sorry. So here it's going to be a lot more immersive and probably merge with our physical world as well. It's going to be open and inclusive so that people are free to join and they can also get out of this metaverse. And it will be truly global. So we don't have the geographical boundaries of the metaverse anymore, but really everybody from around the world can participate. We have, I believe, we will have multiple versions of the metaverse. It's like, how I think about it is like we're having different digital countries in the digital space, and they have different rules based on the protocol, different taxation form, different rules of collaboration, different ownership of assets, like many countries in the digital space. And if one just likes the rule of one metaverse A, then we're going to join the metaverse A to live and to play and as well as to work there. The key part is also about working. And if we don't like it, we find that metaverse B is better, we're going to be able to move to metaverse B and taking with us the value that we have created in the metaverse A. So I think this is going to be truly free experience for everybody in the open metaverse, and which creates a lot of possibilities, because in the digital space, if we really immerse in the digital space, we don't have physical boundaries anymore, right? We can create anything we want. Just imagine if you want to create something that is not possible in the physical world. For example, like you want to build a dragon in the metaverse, and you want to ride this dragon around in the metaverse. You can do that in the metaverse, right? So really unlimited possibilities there. Or I can create a virtual classroom in the metaverse with a lot of digital objects that helps me in helping my students to learn about new technologies and educational content I can provide there. I can create a university in the metaverse, for example. And here, I truly believe that the fintech and blockchain technologies are the enablers of the metaverse. How did you do that? So here, the first thing is that they help so that we have a really seamless global financial services without really a lot of frictions and costs, right? Very cheap, very fast. They also allow us to have ownership of digital creations, right? Imagine now if we create content on Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram, we really don't own them. But with the blockchain, if we create digital creations, we can own them now. I think this is a very powerful tool. It also increased our financial sovereignty, so everybody has really strong property rights, and all the rules are embedded in code, so there's no coercion of anything, and everybody is just treated equally. And I think this will create opportunities for Vietnam, and I think for everyone in the world, honestly. And it will unlock $1 trillion worth of value creation, where everybody of us can live, play, and work in the metaverse together, and create really new types of collaborations beyond the company structure. And I think this is it from me. I'm also at the end of my time. So I truly believe that these fintech and blockchain technologies are really going to change our economy and society in a way that we've never seen before, unlocking $1 trillion worth of value creation. And I think that Vietnam will be a center of this. And I hope that you will enjoy the rest of this event today. Okay, so I think back to you, Nguyệt.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben, for such an inspiring speech. I also agree with you that we have seen so many innovation in the past decades, especially the disruption in our financial system, more inclusion, as you already stated, and that's also a very great way to start off our forum as we give our audiences a brief introduction about the RMIT FinTech Virtual Hub's mission and also the forum's mission and vision. Thank you so much, Dr. Ben, for coming here today. It's such a great keynote speech. Thank you. Next up, it is my great pleasure to introduce the lineup of the panel discussion 1, the FinTech landscape. Our guest speaker, if you are ready, please turn on your camera and say hi to our audiences. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, how are you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. Really good today. Very excited for joining our very interesting forum.
Great. Thank you for coming.
Somehow I can't turn on my camera. I think that's the host does. Yeah.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I will have our support team get to you right now. Thanks. Now. Sorry for the inconvenience. Our guest speaker, if you have trouble, please let me know so I can have the team to support you right now.
Okay, it's working for me now.
Great. It's great to know that it works for you. Have you have your camera turned on, sir? Hi, Mr. Anbui.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
I'm great too. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Tim Yu. Welcome. Okay, very great to see you all here today. So to start with the panel, joining us here today are the most successful and respected fintech leaders. Please welcome Mr. Công Vũ, Vice President of Product and Customer Experience at Momo eWallet. Welcome, Mr. Công Vũ. Mr. Tim Yu, Chairman at Emerging Capital Group, Chief Marketing Officer at B Group, Cake by VB Bank, and co-founder and CEO at RealCoin. Welcome, Mr. Tim. Mr. Chris D. Jung, co-founder of Farm Central and Deputy CEO at Galaxy One from Sobico Group. Welcome, Mr. Chris. Mr. Brian Carroll, CEO and co-founder of TNEX.
Hi guys.
Hi. Welcome to the forum. Mr. Hải Anh Bùi, Chief Product Officer at Timo Digital Bank, Vietnam. Hi, Mr. Hải Anh. And finally, hello. I would like to introduce our moderator for this panel, Dr. Tuấn Chu, Economics and Finance Lecturer at RMIT University, Vietnam. And that is our lineup. Welcome, everyone. And before our panel gets started, I would like to go over a few housekeeping notes. First, we suggest our audience to join the forum on a laptop or computer for a better virtual experience later on. Moreover, if you have questions for our panelists, please access the Slido link in the Zoom's chat box or pin in the comment section on your Facebook live stream. Another way that you can access Slido is go to slido.com and please type down the code that we provided on the screen, or a much easier way to scan the QR code on the screen. Please note that we will stop receiving the questions from the audience 5 minutes before the panel ends. Now, I won't let you wait any longer. Dr. Tuấn Chu will navigate us through this exciting journey with the guest speakers. Dr. Tuấn Chu, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nguyệt. So welcome to our panel's discussion one, when we just mentioned about the perspective of the fintech, and I'm very happy, and it could be an honor for me to become a moderator for this panel. So we will have quickly introduce about ourselves, and then what we know about the fintech, and then what's our responsibility in terms of fintech here. So I will start with myself first. So my name is Dr. Tuấn Chu, and I'm a lecturer in economics at RMIT Vietnam. So before joining RMIT Vietnam, I used to lecture in economics and finance at Winchester University in the UK, and a lecturer in econometrics and statistics in Bournemouth University. So I just have like over 10 years living in UK, and I remember I can observe and then experience how the fintech have developed in UK. I still remember when I just need with my mobile phone, and then it's very easy for me to just go to the underground. You can go to the Starbucks to buy a coffee. You can go to the KFC. Just all you need is just your mobile phone. Right, so it's just normally they just connect on up the debit card or credit card in the phone. So they have an Apple Pay there. So I think it's very convenient. So it's make me very interested in the fintech industries. And then when I come back to Vietnam, I just see, actually we develop quite a lot, but it still have the gap between in Vietnam and in the UK. I have experience, but I still strongly believe we are living in the information age in here, with many different type of technologies is improve our life, and then especially for the fintech areas in here. So especially for Vietnam, I think this could be very good opportunity for us to catch up with the developed countries in here. And one of my research is could be in the sustainable development. And then I can see the fintech is could be play very important factor on the process to improve this one to our social welfare, to bring the better life for other people. And I think this one is could be great opportunity for me today to like to lead our discussion, and then that's a great opportunity for me to listen from our like experienced panelists who are experts in the area of fintech, and then hope we can have a great discussion together today. So thank you. That's a quickly introduction about me and how I can come up with the fintech industries. Next one, may I ask Mr. Brian, could you please just introduce about yourself and you mute, Brian.
Apologies, digital doesn't always work when users are involved. Okay, so hi everybody. I'm very honored to attend today, and such an exciting time in fintech in Vietnam. So my name is Brian Carroll. I'm about 3 years in Vietnam. I'm the CEO of TNEX, which is a digital-only bank. Before I came to Vietnam, I have about 27 years. I was one of the first guys hanging around the valley in California when you could afford to live there, building technology, failing quite quickly, and building again. So my career spans traditional banking, fintech, venture capital, mentorship to government, setting up schemes in governments across various areas. And I've been lucky to have worked across US, Europe, Asia, and North America, and South America. So thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to attending and to participating, particularly with this phenomenal panel of colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Brian. Welcome to our panel. Next one, may I ask Mr. Công Vũ, please? Could you please quickly introduce about yourself here?
Sure. Hi everyone. This is Công from Momo. So I joined Momo for almost 5 years now. So before I joined, I was a management consultant at BCG, and even before that, I used to be a software engineer. Before I joined Momo, I actually wasn't really understanding about fintech that much, even now especially. That was quite early in Vietnam. And it's just like through a series of fortunate meetings, I get a chance to get to know Momo, and I start to study a little bit about fintech at the time. So it was back in very early 2017. So it was back then, nobody knows what e-wallet is, and mobile banking was still very early. Digital banking was like a foreign concept. And I start to realize that, as Dr. Tunchu said, we are moving in an information age. We are going to live through our mobile phone a lot. And I realized that the next state of payment is going to be not cash, not credit card, but it's going to be on our mobile phone. So mobile payment is going to be very important for the future of payment, especially for a country like Vietnam. And I also realized that Vietnam has one of the highest internet penetration rate in the world back then, and also very cheap. So we actually in a very good spot to move forward in terms of digitally, in terms of both internet innovations, including payment. And also there's one unique thing about Vietnam is it's different from developed countries, whereas the credit card industry is already well developed. So when you have like traditional industry already enhanced and developed, it's harder to innovate. So there's a mantra of saying that how Vietnam can leapfrog using technology in certain things is actually quite true in fintech, because the gap between cash and digital payment is just so large in terms of user experience. So we see an opportunity to target onto that part very early, and as one of the pioneers. So I realized that, and I decided that I want to be a part of this. I want to build this. And it has been almost 5 years now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Kong. Yeah, that's a very interesting sharing here at the beginning of our discussion. Could you please, Mr. Chris, could you please just quickly introduce about yourself?
Thank you, Tuấn. Very inspiring from Anh Công. Thank you so much for setting the tone as well. So my name is Chris, and currently I'm wearing quite a number of hats right now. Still a bit on the startup side, as well as working for Galaxy One, which is one of the digital arms of Sovico Group at the moment. And exactly like Mr. Kong mentioned just now, Vietnam actually, from my working experience, is one of the very interesting country that we pick up technology application and especially fintech quite smoothly compared with some other market in the region as well. And we have the hunger to try new things and everything. That's why, I really try to keep myself busy on the startup side, which is more on the blockchain, token and cryptocurrency at the moment. And the DeFi application over that side actually is very true about how Vietnam has become a more vibrant hub in terms of technology, in the world as well. And recently, a lot of the blockchain project has made a name for themselves, and a lot of them are coming from Vietnam, which is a very good thing. So hopefully we can have a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Now I move to Mr. An. Could you please just quickly introduce about yourself here?
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. So right now I am Chief Product and Customer Officer at Timo. Basically, I'm looking both at customer services and building new products for Timo. So for everyone, Timo is the first digital bank in Vietnam. I've been around for 6 years. And I myself been back to Vietnam for 13 years, founded several startups, and actually also like Kong, I just joined the fintech side of the tech world in Vietnam around 4 or 5 years, starting from 17, 18, and actually most part of my startup life in Vietnam also involved around tech, from the initial e-commerce boom until like social network, Groupon, everything. And now it's actually about fintech. And recently it's all about blockchain, NFT, cryptos. And as everyone already mentioned, Vietnam have a lot of tech talent and also ability to adapt on the new technology very quickly, and especially for fintech, that also making not just about the technology itself, but also impact into people's financial life. And I think that's where I also get excited and very happy to be part of the fintech world in Vietnam, and also building a lot more products and stuff for Vietnam consumer, as well we are going through the economic growth, very hyper economic growth in the next several years.
Thank you very much, Mr. An. And not but the last one but not least is just could you please, Mr. Dương, could you please just quickly introduce about yourself?
Thank you. My name is Tim. I'm also wearing a few hats. As you know, I'm a chairman for Emerging Capital Group, and we are specialized in hospitality and hotels investments, including investment for hotel technology as well. And I'm also the Chief Marketing Officer for B Group. As you know, the ride-hailing apps, transportation B, and also the in partnership with BB Bank for the digital bank cake. And recently, I'm also found a new company as well, and I'm the CEO of RealCoin. And that's, I think that Dr. Bing also mentioned about something similar to what we are doing earlier, which, we are, how to say it, we are more like an exchange that actually listing the real estate on the blockchain platform and providing financial services, right? So that basically about me. And I actually grew up in Vietnam and graduated in the US. And I specialize in, I would say, again, hospitality, business consulting, marketing. And I think that hopefully I can bring some values today regarding to, I think what I'm strong at most is not really the technology, but it's more the entrepreneurships and the innovations, and something new, celebrity management, and hopefully I can contribute. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dương, Team Dương, and just welcome all our panelists for our discussion now. I just quickly mention about our agenda today for our discussion. So we will go through to like overview of the fintech, and then we will just discuss about some opportunities and also some challenges in the fintech in very general, and especially in Vietnam. And then we will taking a further views. We will look at how fintech sector grows in the next 5 year prospect, with a discussion on necessary preparation for the firm and also for the young fintech student who really keen on the sector here. So I believe our guest, our panelists today just received some question is just prepared by our organizing team, and then later on we will have a 15 minute for Q&A for our audience. If you have any question, please just follow in the instruction by our organizing team here. So let me start with our first thing to discuss in here is just like which fintech player is the most prominent, and what are the significant factors that contribute to their success here. May I ask Mr. Công about this question, because I think it could be very interesting for you to start when you see like what the fintech player they currently is the most prominent one, and what the factor you think they can make a really strong significant on the field here.
Yeah, sure. Let me provide a little bit of perspective from my views, and I'm sure that as a panelist, we have their own view as well, which can add on to it. So I think when I talk about fintech right now, so like from my view right now, so I will comment a little bit on the payment side. For the crypto side, and then I believe that other panelists are more qualified to comment on that than me. So on the payment side, I think it's quite so actually the degree for trial for like e-wallet and for mobile banking has been started like for about like 8 or 9 years ago, And since then, there has been like many players. There have been more than 23, 24 companies on this space had been started, but not a lot are left until now. So what we see until now is more like mature companies, either belong to big local corporations or belong to regional companies. So some of these players are like in terms of local side, we have Viettel Pay, Zalo Pay, and obviously Momo, Timo as well as a digital banking, one of the first digital banking in Vietnam. On the regional side, then you have GrabPay, and recently you have Shopee Pay that entering the market very aggressively. So these I would say that are holding the dominant market share as one of the bigger players in the space. As some of the factors for their success, I think first of all, like most of these firms are early adopters. Some of these firms are very huge. Like some of these early adopters can be said like Momo as one of the early adopters, but not huge. So we were one of the pioneers, but we weren't huge. We're getting huge now, but we wasn't huge before. And then some of these firms belong to a bigger ecosystem, either going to be a telco network or be a chat platform. So they leverage a lot from their use cases to bring the customer from the other ecosystem and bring on to payment. And similar thing are done with the regional player as well. They start out as a huge like e-commerce or ride-hailing platform, and now they're expanding into payment. So I think one of the key ingredients we see here that either you are one of the very early and you run very fast, or you are a huge one and can come in and take a space. The second thing I would say is product innovation are quite important. As all of these are very new, and Vietnamese market had its own characteristic that you need to adapt, and you need to work with the very distinct customer behaviors and infrastructure in order to make fintech work. And the third is that I think having all of these companies together and building the fintech space together is a very good thing, as we all educate the customer together and we all leverage from each other as we educate the customer together.
Thank you very much for the sharing. That's come for a very interesting point of view from Momo here. We just raised really important three factors, right? So one is to be like really early in the market. Second one, you have to have a very innovative product. And then the third one is just need to focus on the customer and then educate the customer about the product here, right? That's very interesting. I also want to listen from Mr. An from Timo about the point of view on this question as well, please.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of like the prominent fintech player in Vietnam, if I guess everyone here already saw some sort of like fintech ecosystem map that there are around 20 boxes in there, and then each boxes have around 20 companies, right? So basically, fintech ecosystem in Vietnam become like larger and larger, and actually we cover almost all areas. So each of those boxes are a certain area like payment, B2B lending, consumer finance, digital banking. Of course, there will be some leading players. But I think the bigger one that I really admire and also have a chance to say it here is actually Momo. Momo is become one of the I believe role model for aspiring fintech player in terms of how they go into the 10 years plus grow and also capturing market. And of course, just one highlight before I go into the factors. In that map, what actually missing are the banks, because everyone think the banks and traditional financial institutions, they not belong to the fintech, but one thing that I'm seeing is that they actually be part of the whole movement as well, because right now own the bank and don't own the financial institution. They actually been very innovative of course, they move much lower than stock, but for some case, they actually taking on the new trend, new wave quite quickly. Like for example, the eKYC technology that just started to be experiment in Vietnam for from last year, but all the banks actually basically they already adopted after 6 months, and also many other examples. So I just want to highlight that instead of believe that banks are very slow or cannot innovate, I would look that they actually are the one who are driving a lot of new innovation and also provide the baselines and support. For example, they can even provide the infrastructure for all the bank transfer movement that all the fintech players are doing right now. So to me, the factor that will be helpful for fintech to be successful actually quite similar to what Kong already said. First of all, that would be customer centric. You really need to look at what your customer needs and wants, and especially most of customer in Vietnam, they basically have their wealth increase every year, and then their financial need also increase. So right now, actually, there's a new trend of fractional investment or mutual fund that just showing that the Vietnamese customer now they actually want just not just want to invest into stock, but they also buy mutual fund. And then right now there's a lot of cryptos as well as NFT investment that are very attractive as well. So back to the point, the customer centric here, customer centricity here is that the technology, I guess everyone can do it. The tech people in Vietnam are very good and they can build anything. But what the question here is, what should you build as a fintech player so that it really serve the need of your customers? And that will be the key differentiate. And second point is the ecosystems or how you actually partnering with other fintech player, because what I'm seeing is that all the fintech here, they cannot just work alone. They need to work with someone else. They need to work with other fintech player or even the bank or financial institution or maybe social platform, because in order to really capture a market, you need to have partners and how you do partnership, or even in terms of like frenemy way that some may say, but we need to work with each other. And then the last thing is how you navigate around the regulation framework in Vietnam, meaning that we can talk more about that later, but most of the successful fintech are the one who actually very adaptive and also figure out a better way to serve the customers.
Yeah, thank you very much for the sharing here, Mr. An. And of course, the regulation, I think, is be very important. And later on in our discussion today, we will also mention about it. We can discuss together. I just want to move to the next question here. The question is could be like, what is the current fintech change in the world, and how is Vietnam adopting the change? And we know we have Mr. teams here. You have a whole very different roles, and then it could be very interesting to hear from the point of view, as you have many different roles in the different sector, but of course it's still under the fintech industries in here. So it could be great to hear so sharing about this question.
Can you please remind me of the question regarding to this, please?
Yeah, the question is, what is the current fintech change in the world, and then how is Vietnam adopting the change? Because in the introduction, I think you just mentioned on some of them already, and it could be better for discuss a little bit further during with our question here.
Right. Well, I think I can share a few things regarding to this topic. And like I said, I was very appreciate Dr. Bing, because he had a very short presentation, but it's actually summarized pretty much everything, right? Yeah. So I can just say something maybe that I guess Mr. Hai An has not sharing. I think he mentioned something really good about the CX, the customer experience. I think that's already mentioned, and then the legal framework and everything. But I think something that we can talk about is how it's something with the revenue with forecast using the fintech technology to actually forecast the revenue using that. I think that is something that is in a trend and is very useful, especially where COVID has hit, and it's actually changed the way we do it before. So that is something I think it would be a trend. And also regarding to, we all talk about it, is payment, right? And also the new way of how we define property rights, so owning something, and in a way, again, as mentioned before, how we can be very transparent with all the transactions, and we don't have the middle.
Right. I think, very
so
important.
I think that, in my point of view, these are uptrending for the fintechs in the world, and obviously, I think Vietnam is not like lost with that. I think we are always up with the trend in the world, especially when it comes to technology. So to me, I don't think that Vietnam is behind. We are quite aligned with the world regarding to that. Now, even though some of that will have some challenge, as someone has already mentioned with these legal framework and everything, right? But in my point of view, then we have something to, I would say, to look forward to and to be aligned with the compliance is the sandbox things, right? So we can just do what we are allowed, and then looking and maybe build something on the direction of the sandbox.
I totally agree with you, because recently I also do some research, and we are live in the, like Mr. Kong just mentioned, we live in the information age, and then now we have using like big data, machine learning, AI. So normally we have like a lot of data and information, right? And then how we can using it like to focus on the customer, to satisfy them, is could be very important key to provide the product for them as well, right? And I would like to listen from Mr. Brian as well, because I know when I see you about your profile, it's very interesting to see like you are chief of digital officer. Right, so the role I think is quite rare in Vietnam, but it is very popular over the world now, because they really want to have, because digital and digital age is be very important for all of the firm now. And then with your experience over 27 years working for the banks, and now currently is could be one of the only digital banks in Vietnam. What do you think about like the change in the fintech over the world, and how Vietnam will adopt from this change? Mr. Brian?
Guys, and we have a very important audience here of young minds listening to us. I think we need to be a little bit careful here. Okay?
Yeah.
We talk about fintech, red tech, ag tech, ECG tech. Let's stop. Let's all stop for a second, because a very important thing has happened, and it's a huge opportunity for young minds and the amazing talent in Vietnam. Fintech for the last few years, first time I heard fintech was 2005. Okay, first time I got involved in it was because I saw what PayPal was, but we were startups. So what we've been doing over these trends, and all these trends are the same, guys. Blockchain's irrelevant. It's an enablement. Okay, it's an enablement. Okay, cloud is an enablement. Okay, it's fine. People are making, blockchain won't work in a lot of the use cases. We all know that. Okay, so we need to move a little bit away from the pretty management consultancy view of the world and get back to reality. Yeah. So what fintech does, and all trends, are based on the three things that banks have done since the first bank was opened 600 years ago in Italy. They provide a way of exchanging value, so a way of making payments, and Vietnam has been phenomenal in this space. Okay, Momo, amazing. Timo, all of the guys around here have really, really been world class in that space. But we also a place to store value. Okay, so Vietnam, how do we store and increase value? We really haven't looked too much at that yet, but you see that appearing. And the third thing every bank does, of course, and every fintech will help, is credit. Giving credit to our valued customers. Okay, so we'll start to see all of this, and we have enablement happening. We've cloud. We've people talking about agile, which normally turns to fragile. It's the end of the day, guys. Fintech is one thing. My favorite idea, when I try to find out what fintech is, I like the person I want to know the best in the world is myself. Okay, I'm better. So for me, fintech came from one thing. It's a mathematician named Conway, Melville Conway, 1967, and he invented a law which said all organizations produce solutions which mirror their company's structures. Okay? Yeah. So fintech was a response to that. Okay, all right. It's not banks have more money than fintechs. They should be better than us. Okay, but they're not. Yeah. Why? Because of our culture. Okay. Yeah. So let me just move on to my actual point. So we will see trends in blockchain, regtech, whatever, but something very special has happened over the last 2 years, and it's a huge opportunity for Vietnam. I'm very, very proud to be here, very excited to see it here. Yeah. Because what happened in the past is the past. We learn from it. Yeah. But now the world is going into something really, really different. It's becoming a metaverse. Mm. Okay, that is a completely different thing, and that's why we're seeing the emergence. I think one of the panelists already said it. We're going to see a massive fintech revolution happening to support a metaverse, whereas before we were supporting a physical verse. Okay, yeah, so you're going to see, and Vietnam is really, really strong in NFT. Every time I Google, I find another NFT and it's Vietnam. I mean, it's amazing. Yes. You know, it's like the California, it's like the valley of NFT here. I mean, I love it. You're going to see regtech. You're going to see privacy tech. Okay, and Vietnam will be huge in privacy tech. Okay, it definitely will be huge in privacy tech because the government here is totally correct. You should protect the sovereign data of your country's citizens. It's nobody's business. Okay. So all of these metaverse or new world technologies are going to start emerging. Fintech up to now was very much about embedding financial services in people's lives on a day-to-day basis. What's happening now is our lives are going to we're going to have a digital twin almost in that acts for us in our virtual world. Okay. So how do we support our digital twin that works in our life in digital and our life physical? Sorry, I get passionate about this, but I actually see that this is a very important time in the history of digital where fintech actually starts to support digital initiatives. And we've seen that with DeFi, we've seen that with method of interchange with crypto. So I think Vietnam Vietnam has one of the youngest, most educated populations in Southeast Asia. And what should scare every bank, and I'll finish it with this, is that in 2025, 33% of the working age population in Vietnam is going to be Gen Z. Yes. Okay, I'll stop with it.
So it's just, thank you very much for sharing, Brian. So you can see some very good point from Mr. Ryan just mentioned in here. So especially we have a quite young population, and then it could become, and come to you raise the points in here. It would be very interesting for us to also discuss. To the next question is just like from the point of view here, are there any challenges and limitations that arise from the regulation for the fintech industry that need to be addressed? So this question, I want to start with Mr. Chris from Farm Center, because I think you are just like also the CEO or co-founder of other organization as well. So you have to see many like challenges or maybe some problems that maybe have been raised because of the regulation here.
First of all, well said, Brian. I think you really bring everyone back to reality that despite all the hype around all of the techie stuff, blockchain actually only work in certain case. It's not working in every single case.
Exactly.
So NFT, whatever you want, but when we settle down, it's go back to normal. So I like to develop a little bit on the two biggest challenge I see in Vietnam. I think one, and An from Timo already mentioned it. I think regulations foundation is one of the biggest challenge for any fintech or any new emerging tech to take on the forever sounding potential of Vietnam market. Everyone look at it like, wow, so great, so potential. But the moment they're stepping in, oh, so you don't have this law, you don't have that law. Where should I fit in? Who do I talk to? Should I shake hand with this guy, that guy? Brian know exactly what I'm talking about. I won't say that's a formula, but certainly there's a certain way to go around it. And on our panel, T-Nex of Brian and Timo of Anang prove that certain model, which is you have to look for the proper partner so that you can write on in certain regulated activities. Because Vietnam market, very interestingly, that the government seems to be very open, but they can be less open randomly. So it's very important for you to get involved and get your partner buy-in in a very early time. So at least you can have a proper hands to walk the path with you. Otherwise, I think you're in big trouble. And I think that's one of the biggest trouble I see for a lot of potential fintech project in Vietnam right now, which they have great product. They have a great potential in front of them, but right now they don't have protection, because the moment they step out of the market, either they're gonna get smashed or they're gonna get punished or stuff like that. So the role of the bank are actually very important, and I like that point from Anand, which they seems to be less, agile and flexible compared with a lot of the startup. But it's okay. They have the most powerful thing, which is their regulated license, which they can take on and incubate a lot of stuff and grow it further. Which I think it's Vietnam for the banking industry. I think it's an amazing market for you to go out there and select your fish. I would say, go there and shopping and then take them under your wings and then grow them further. That's both the challenge and how I can see it. The other very big challenge I would see and risk that I look at Vietnam right now is the protection of data, which Ann Brian mentioned briefly about that as well. Because right now you see a lot of big ecosystem keep growing and growing and growing. And they start overlapping each other. But what I look at the market right now, there are some certain area where there are not proper foundation or even requirement from the regulated bodies in terms of how personal data or corporate data being protected from one place to another place. Because I think all of us here in this panel are getting at least 10 calls a day just to buy something, to invest in something, do you need my money, stuff like that. So the leak of data and the protection of data are not quite there. And the potential to grow further, you have to start with data protection and governance. It's very important. Otherwise, we are actually designated for a lot of trouble in the next few years, actually.
Yeah. I said the same point with you, Miss Chris, because I believe fintech is still new. I know it's very popular, but still new in Vietnam. So I believe the government they're aware of it, but in order to set up on the direction and then the direct policy is quite challenging for the government as well, right? Because it's developed very quickly and we have so many aspects. So there's to for the fintech firm or the startup in the fintech as well, you have to be aware of the problem of regulation in here. And then Mr. Chris has mentioned, prepare early as possible, right? To own up the changing on the policy here. It could be a good way for you to protect your firm. Yeah. I also want to say from the point of view as well, Mr. Kong from Momo, about this, maybe some challenges or limitations.
In terms of fintech for general, right?
Yeah.
So I think Brian and Chris have raised super good points, especially on Chris' point on the data governance. I think as the ecosystem keep growing, we need to remember that all of the fintech startups start out as small companies. And as we grow, the speed of innovation, as the speed of growth in fintech is very rapid. So a small company can grow to become like a very big company, quite quickly. So with this speed of growth, brings like a new set of challenges, like how you manage the scale, how you manage the data protection, how you manage your security, and your quality of product. So I think the scaling will have an implication, especially in terms of data security for your customers, your tech infrastructure in general, and then how to make, and most importantly, all of this like come down into the trust to the customer. The fintech is still very early in Vietnam. There's been a lot of huge room for growth, and as we start to emerge into the people, and all of this customer like require and demand a lot a different standard of quality. So with this different standard of quality, it means that you need to really build trust to the end customer. And this customer not gonna be understanding if your system crashed for like 1 minute or so, if something like doesn't really work as expected, because nobody expect problem in payment, right? Nobody expect problem in fintech in general. Like when people go to the bank branch, they expect things to work, and it's the same thing with any fintech product. When they do something, they expect it to work. Not gonna be like create an error or be some technical issues. So I think trust is gonna be like paramount in keep like for fintech growing, and I think it's like the top risks for fintech, like how we can together, how we can deliver good product and with good trust to people. So the general trust of the customer in fintech products keep growing. The second point, I think, is the speed of innovation. And I think this is applicable more to a company that have started to grow quite quickly and start to cover other vertical as well. So I see the trend in general is decoupling and coupling. So before we have a decoupling trend, which is you have a huge company, huge industry, and there's a bucket of innovation you can target. And this bucket of innovation you can target is how fintech started, right? There's a huge industry, like financial industry, that has been established for hundreds of years, as Brian said. And there's a couple of things that we can do, either on payment side, either on investment side. Crypto right now is trying to target both, actually, on both like payment and investment. But I think the use case right now is mostly used for like virtual investment mechanism.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So all of these are bucket. But as you start to gain traction and as you start to have a lot of users, the channel is you combine stuff together into a vertically integrated product. So you can offer a lot of like on payment side, on investment side, something like on the e-commerce side as well. So a lot of things will start to push together. So when you start to have a vertically integrated ecosystem like that, now the speed of innovation is going to be a problem because you don't want to be the dinosaur that you used to disrupt before. So how you can keep that startup spirit and the speed of operation innovation going in a bigger ecosystem is going to be a key challenge for fintech as they keep growing.
Yeah, thank you very much for your sharing, Mr. Kong. And now I just want to move to our very interesting question. It's just one of the main questions a lot of people are looking for here. It's just like, in the next 5 years, how will the fintech industry grow? And will the sector will go vertically or horizontally here? And what should the firm and then young fintech enthusiasts prepare for that prospect? Can we start with Mr. An? Could you share about what your point of view for how when the fintech industry will grow in the next 5 years? Of course, we just discussed quite a lot from at the beginning from Dr. Bing, and then all of our panelists just mentioned about some product or some chain already. But from the point of view here, I really want to listen. What do you expect in the next 5 years for the industry? I think you
yes.
mute.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I think I would like to continue what Kong just say about how most of the fintech startup started, where it's just a more small niche segments, and we try to serving those segment the best. And of course, as we grow, like when we look at more VN based on the unicorns in Vietnam, they actually become larger and larger, where they actually doing a lot more different verticals, not just payment, but now it's kind of like becoming a platform play where a lot of services will be on top of that. And actually Timo is also on the same path. Basically, Timo is also providing digital financial services, and right now a majority of our service are banking service, but what we're looking at is actually to bringing on the financial services, including insurance, investment, different type of investment, either stock or funds or maybe NFT into the platform. Because again, when we helping people to manage their money and live a better financial life, we want to provide all the service that they need. And I think that quite similar to what Ankon just say about growing across different verticals as well. And what I'm seeing for the fintech in Vietnam, the future in the next 5 years, of course, there will be a lot more unicorns or big players growing up from this cohort of the last 3-4 years, where a lot of new startup already popping up. And especially if you counting on the blockchain player, NFT, GameFi, DeFi, on this like axis, they will be a lot bigger. Of course, they will boom and push cycle, but those who can survive through that going to be big, huge, and definitely will be offering different type of service on their platform. And again, back to the point earlier about the banks, right, or the financial institution. Actually, what they have is the regulated license. But back to Chris just saying, and actually they become very smart with that, and definitely when in the next 5 years they still play a very important role in such things, especially for very regulated side of financial service, including banking service, lending service, investment service, right? So how they going to be, either they will be innovate very quickly and then actually pulling the entire market forward with them, or they actually even like absorbing some fintech players that doing the thing that they are doing. For example, like the case like FinHay becomes very frontier in the new way investment, and actually those big financial institutions, they were looking at those startups and then, hey, how about you join us, and we can offer the thing much better. I have a license, you have a technology, you have the CX side of the house, and we can do both together. So and actually they will be the one who provided regulation framework and protection for these startups. So the bigger question there is how we can grow as an ecosystem, because what I shared earlier, I think in Vietnam, the good thing about us is actually we very willing to work with each other, rather than, okay, we are doing the same thing, so I'm not working with you, or I will worry about you. But it's about the entire ecosystem supporting, and also a little bit about regulation is that I think the Vietnamese government, especially on State Bank of Vietnam, they really progressive in terms of like, okay, this is the new trend, how I can support those startups when you have a chance to talk with them, right? So of course they have all the limit on their side to have to make sure everything will be safe, especially on the banking side, because it's people money. They don't want any risk in that front, but they also providing certain leeway or some in some form of sandbox or even like trials that okay, how you guys just try it out, we will watch and see anything that we need to control from there. But so instead of like just hope that we will have a very relaxed framework like other countries, I think what we need to work in an ecosystem of fintech startups is that we share what we do, we look into the regulator and share with them what's our challenge, what we really need to make sure that we can grow quickly, and then also have to bring up the economies. I think that will work.
Yeah, thank you very much for your sharing, Mr. An. I also want to listen to Mr. Tim. Could you please also share, because you just mentioned quite a lot of different trends in the fintech, and then you also roll like different roles, right, in different area, from hospitality to other area as well. So what do you think about like in next 5 years of the fintech trends and then growing in globally, or maybe in Vietnam for specific?
Well, I think it's quite obvious. Like we talk about it, and with many different aspects of it. As I think Brian also mentioned, right, in 2025, more than 30% are the young generations, and these, the trend for digital technology, are growing everywhere in the world. Plus, with COVID, I think I read somewhere, I think, not sure, I think it's McKinsey, right? They said that the digital transaction and digital behavior has been fast forward about 7 years because of COVID, right? So, fintech, as many other tech as well, right? It's going online, and I think that is a trend that everybody will know, and actually 5 years is very short time. And we're already moving 7 years ahead. So I think that it just speaks for itself, right? Yeah, that's my point of view regarding to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I start receiving some questions for our panel in here, and I see one question is very interesting. I share the same point of view as well. The question is just considering a developing country like Vietnam, right? So how long and how likely can we adopt the latest technology from innovation of global fintech, especially for the remote rural area in here? This one is quite interesting for me, because we know from Momo, Timo, or from Tnext in here, I know it just grow and then it's focused. But as I understand, we just know we focus on big city at the moment. So what do you have any plans and how you can apply it for the remote area? And I strongly believe fintech is be better to bring like sustainable development, and then we can focus in some like rural area here. So I would like to listen to Mr. Brian from this question from our audience. It's very interesting, and it says the same question for me as well.
Okay, let's all stop. There is no reason from a technology perspective why a one of your brothers and sisters sitting in Sapa cannot access financial services, guys, or all the way down to Mekong. It doesn't matter. The issue isn't on that side. If we look at financial services is going to be a huge part of the success of Vietnam. Why? Because Vietnam has got the highest level of underserved people in Southeast Asia in banking. And that's a problem we need to address, okay? We have the brains, we have the technology, we have the youth, we have the passion here. The issue is that in order to serve these customers, the large banks can't do it at the moment because the cost to serve is too high. So if we look at the average income around $3,000 a year, traditional banking, which relies on NIM, net interest margin, taking in money and lending it out and playing margin, you don't make money on that, okay, in traditional banking, which leaves, obviously, these people open to predatory lending, and I'm sorry, it makes me angry. It makes me really, really angry when I see what happens, okay? So it is very much up. There should be a heart in fintech here, which addresses inclusion, because there is no technology issue. By the way, I love the conversation on regulators. I've spent 21 regulators my life I've spent with. And you know what? The regulator will never move as fast as technology because we don't want them to. Because you see what's happening in Germany, Wirecard, etc. We don't want to do that, okay? But I think right now there is no technology reason why we could not serve every single individual in Vietnam. It's about a profitability issue. So every bank in Vietnam right now is going through a transformation program. Why? They're paying off technical debt.
Yeah.
And they have to pay off this technical debt in order to reach a cost of service. So, for example, unit economics in a digital bank is about $1 a customer, okay, to serve a customer. Which means I have to make $1.01 to have a customer lifetime value, or keep my shareholders from shooting me. So there is no reason. But my call to anyone who's listening, particularly the young people here, there is no reason from a technology perspective or an innovation perspective. I've spent my career with some very special people across the world, and what I see in Vietnam is as good as anywhere else. So I think there's also a confidence thing, guys. Just because it's Tay doesn't mean it's better. Just because McKinsey say it doesn't mean it's right. Okay, Vietnam is different. We have a huge opportunity here with fintech.
Yeah.
Fintech moves really quickly, guys. We have the brains here. We have the talent. We have a regulator who's good. No regulator will ever make you happy. Okay? You've got to work with the regulator. We've got a government that is trying to push the inclusion. So I think once the banks transform, and somebody mentioned that banks are part of fintech, of course they are. They're a huge part of the success of Vietnam. Once they transform and you see what they're doing, I think we'll be able to address this as a partnership between fintech and the more traditional banks. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Brian, to sharing. It's very good to hear from the point of views in here with the fintech and the problem. Bring to the erasing in here is just we also received very interesting question with ongoing and rise in the fintech. People might lose their job due to the alternation of the technologies, right? We can see it could be happen. So what do you think about this issue, and is this any suggestion prior to this foreseeable prospect? May I ask Mr. Chris, what do you think about this one? And from the point of view, do you give any advice? Maybe just a lot of like young people here, they want to listen to our expert, and then they can see the channel changing in here, and it could be good to give them some suggestion and from the point of view here.
That's a very good question, and especially I have a chance to interact a lot with RMIT students, and I believe they are well ready for a lot of these challenge. Personally, I don't think this technology actually gonna impact that significantly, like on the future jobs. Like Brian mentioned, I think in one of the point, a lot of these technology are more like enabler. So it's look at it more like a new tune, a new toy for your jobs and everything. So it's a new job skill that you have to adopt and learn for it and grow together with it. But I don't think it's significantly gonna replace your current jobs. It may change the way you work, but it's not entirely. In some it's true, but mostly I think it's still there. It's just changing the way that you work. I think that's number one. But absolutely, I believe that it's going to create jobs that we haven't seen before, especially today. So it's more and more we call creator economy, where actually, and this is one of the most favorite from Gen Z, the youngster. They love to, like have their own time, have their own space, do their own thing, but at the same time making money on it. That's why you see a good adoption on content creating, live streaming, and everything. It's all fit under that content creator economy, where you can directly create the content, data or insight and everything, and it's help you to earn money from it, right? And of course, a lot of technology like blockchain actually facilitate that and help you to earn that more fairly and squarely compared with the way that you posted on YouTube before, for example, right? And then together with NFT, you can start creating arts pieces and put it on there, and then you start having a global market, which you never have that chance before. So a lot of these things will absolutely enhance new experience for whoever are still sitting at school at the moment, but not necessarily will replace everything. Just my opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I agree with with your point of view here. Is just like it's a new thing. It could be create a new job in here, but we still have to do something in a traditional way, right? And it could be slowly changing in here, but and then on we can adapt, follow by the change later on. And now I think I receive a lot of questions asking about the blockchain technologies, about the cryptocurrency. I know it could be very like a hot chain nowadays, but come to the point from Mr. Brian just mentioned, blockchain, of course, is a hot chain, but this could be only one part of the fintech, right? For our fintech area, we have so many technologies on it, not only the blockchain. So that's the key point I want to raise in our panels in here. We panel discussion. So I want discuss more about the blockchain, because in our second panel discussion we will see how the application blockchain. So for the question regarding for the blockchain technologies, I want to ask and we want to discuss in our panel here. And just one thing, just we discuss quite a lot in here. I just want to ask Mr. Kong about like, what do you think about the top 3 risks associated with the 5-year aspect of trending in fintech? I think it's going to be more important because we see it's very developed and then have the hot chain in here, but we have to address the risk as well at the same time to be aware of it. So I just want to focus our discussion. We just have 10 minutes left in here. So I want to discuss together with our panelists here. So we start with Mr. Kong here.
Yeah, so I think I touched on that a little bit earlier. So I think trust is going to be the most important one. For fintech, it's always about trust. And as soon as you go beyond the early adopters group of customers, the technical savvy people, then you really need to be product as trustworthy as a normal bank branch, for example. That people can realize, people can imagine, and people have a strong confidence into the quality and into like where the money be kept. So I think the implication for that is that how you can structure your data, how you can have like data security and data governance in place to make sure that your customer data is protected. And secondly, you also need to have a scalable technical infrastructure. As you grow, a lot of users come up, and the pressure for technical infrastructure keep increasing. So you need to have a very robust infrastructure for it. Thankfully, Vietnam is very good, has a lot of good engineers, so that problem is largely resolved, I would say. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, I think it's the speed of innovation, I think, and also like how we can constantly innovate as well, because like all newcomers keep coming up, and as they target like a very specific area, they're more focused. Understanding that particular pain point easier. They have a very well-designed team just to tackle the problem. So a lot of fintech, as they grow in terms of vertically, but then there will be a space that, they're going to be forget about. It's going to be a blind spot. And I think every company has their own blind spot. As you grow bigger, your blind spot get bigger. But how you can put a structure into that place to make sure that that blind spot is not too much, that you have a good degree of control over that blind spot.
Thank you very much for sharing with some very interesting points in here. What do you think about the risk in associated with the fintech in next 5 years, Mr. An?
I think what we mentioned already kind of what I'm trying to share as well. So I only add a few more things in terms of risk, right? I think I see the biggest risk is especially on the consumer side, not just about their data privacy and on that data protection, but also in terms of educations. And even that one already happening right now, where there's some hot trend, for example, like cryptocurrencies and NFT investment, right? But of course, there are a lot of different versions of that will be popping up in the market, and some will be true, some will be not. So how the customer can really understand, okay, which one is the real one, and which one is just like by just copy the following the trend and just try to sell to uneducated people, especially where the return become very high, or the scheme become very attractive. So financial education, I think, starting from even very early, like how you should use your bank, how you should look into different time investment, to on this kind of scheme where it may be tricking you into the wrong things. Yeah, so I think that the risk on the consumer, which go back to the responsibility for all the fintech player, is that of course we need to be responsible, we need to be ethical, and also we need to be helping our customer to understand what they should be able to do with their money in their own risk, in their own understanding.
Yeah, thank you very much. I totally agree with you, because to educate the people, the customer is very important. You can see a lot of like trending in crypto and then in blockchains, and then of course come with a lot of scam project, right? So if the people don't aware about the project, don't know the value of the project, it could be very easy for them to get into the trap here. What do you think about this risk as well, with the team? From the point of view, which risk do you think you can find associated with the fintech industries in the next 5 years?
Well, I think that if we talk about risks, right, and we all know that there's a lot of risks because this is the very new industry, and sometimes a new way of applications, of using blockchain and other new trend technology, right? And that's exactly why the legal framework, in my opinion, are a little bit slower than the development of technology, and that's why at the early of the conversation I had already mentioned, right? Maybe because of there's a lot of risks like that, so the startup would need to follow up with the direction of the sandbox, because the main direction is because it may not be there immediately. So the development, the product roadmaps and the strategy, need to always be aligned with the compliance, and that would help a lot, because along with the financial education, Stan just mentioned, because when I have a lot of hopes in the sandbox, because when the sandbox coming in, it's also what help with these education as well, and help people to understand it better and had a lot more trust, because the reality is, a lot of people still don't have a lot of trust into these new system and the new way of things, and there's a lot of frauds, as we all doing very proper manners, but there's a lot of people doing bad things, right? And it is in a mix, and it's very difficult for normal user to really know, like to understand everything, to know what and what not, right? So as I mentioned, of course, as we are the people in the industry, we need to doing all the right things and doing data protections and doing it in a very compliance way. But then again, what if there is no specific instruction or law regarding to that's somewhere in between, right? So
exactly.
And I believe that the risks are for everyone. It's not just for the users. The risks are actually for the startup as well. Because if you do something wrong, you will be responsible for it as well, right? So like I mentioned, just like any other business, right? Any business really, when you're doing something, there's always a risk of many things, but how you manage that risk in a certain point of view or in a certain actions, and I think that's more should be in discuss. It should be focused on growth, we should be focused on business, we should be focused on scale, and we should be focused on mitigate the risk. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. It's very great point to raise in here. So the risk, of course, is could become for own, just from customer or even for the firms in here. So we just we have to make sure we have a responsibilities on what we are doing. And then I totally agree with Mr. Tim about we should do in the right ways in here. Right? So for I think for very new industries, and then it could be changing every day, right? From the technologies. That's it could be end of our panel today, and I really, it's honor for me, and it could be great opportunity for me to become a moderator, and then I can listen from our experts, from Mr. Kong, Mr. An, Mr. Tim, Mr. Chris, and Mr. Brian. So thank you very, very much for joining the panel and sharing some idea perspective from the fintech landscape for our audience. Most of them, I believe, is just a very young one, a student from RMIT or from other university. So I really hope you guys from today can see, have a different, you can learn something new, and also you can have see the trends of the fintech in next 5 years and be aware of the challenges and also about some risks associated with the change. It's not only about the opportunities, it's always come with something you have to be aware and then balance between them. And thank you very much again. And I think we should have, I think our organization team will take a picture from our panel. So could you please take a picture for our panels, and also for the audience, I don't know, can you turn on the camera as well so we can take a picture together for great sharing discussion about the fintech landscape today. Quyên, could you please help and let us know when you're done with a picture from our discussion panel?
Sir, I will count out from 3. Okay, yeah. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got your picture. Thank you very much for joining us today, sirs. Okay. Từ từ quay lại live.
Thank you, guys. Good one.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for sharing such valuable insights and knowledge about fintech today. We have seen similarities as well as differences in your perspective, which is, for me, very interesting. And I believe our audiences have learned many things from your sharing as well, especially we are mostly young students being novices in technology and maybe unfamiliar to the phrase fintech. So once again, thank you so much, Mr. Kong, Mr. Chris, Mr. Tim, Mr. Hải Anh, Mr. Brian, and Dr. Tuấn Chu for addressing our audience's questions. We're honored to have you joining with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for having us.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you. Stay healthy. Okay, our audiences, if the panel 1 has yet to satisfy your curiosity about technology, please welcome the panel 2. Our panelists and panel discussion 2, are you ready? Please let me know by turning your camera on. Hi, Mr. Willie Pham. How are you? Hi, Dr. Sang Kyung Kak.
Hey, Nguyen, how's it going?
It's great. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting us.
Our panelists and panel discussion 2 about blockchain and its application. Are you ready? If you are ready, please let me know by turn on your camera.
Do you see my camera? See my pictures?
Hi, Mr. Huy Nguyen. Yes, I see you very clearly. Hi, Ms. Linh Huang. Nice to meet you. We are still having some panelists who has yet to join us. Please turn on your camera when you're ready. Thank you.
Nguyen, just to let you know, just to ask, can you see me, by the way?
Yes, sure. We see you very clear.
Thank you.
One. Okay, so let's wait no more. We are seeing here right now some of Vietnam's most influential blockchain leaders are converging in this virtual forum to talk about blockchain technology and its application. I bet some of those names and faces might already be familiar to our audiences. We are very fortunate to have Ms. Lin Huang, Southeast Asia Director of Binance. Welcome, Ms. Lin. Mr. Yang Zheng, CEO of Akachain. Welcome, Mr. Yang. Mr. Hui Nguyen, co-founder and CEO of Cardiachain. Mr. Tan Dao, founder and Chief Technology Officer of Lonzone Investment Corporation. Welcome. Mr. Trung Nguyen, co-founder and CEO at AC Infinity from Sky Mavis. Last but not least, our moderator for the panel discussion 2, Dr. Kok Seng Kyong, lecturer in finance at RMIT University, Vietnam. Our viewers, once again, don't forget to leave your questions for our panelists by scanning the QR code or access the link pinned in the comment or your chat box. I will leave the stage for our panelists right now. Thank you.
Well, just a quick question. We're still waiting on a few panelists. Should we just begin?
Yeah, well, we can begin with the introduction if you would like to.
Yeah, sure. Willie, I suppose, thank you everyone for joining us today in terms of this, panel discussion number 2, whereby we'll be looking at blockchain and its applications. Now we're joined by a very venerable panel today as they make their way into the rooms. We've got loads of individuals, loads of very venerable individuals from the blockchain sector, especially within Southeast Asia. So thank you all. I think on behalf of RMIT and the FinTech Club, thank you all of you for joining us today and giving up some of your time. Hopefully we'll have some nice discussions today. We only have an hour, so let's get on with things. Maybe to kind of begin the session, if we could have essentially a bit of an introduction from all of you, and more importantly, what were your motivations and how do you end up within the blockchain sector? So Willie, can we kind of start with you? Can you kind of introduce yourself and tell us how do you end up in this sector? Willie, can you hear me?
Yeah, pardon?
Could you give us an introduction to yourself and how you ended up in the blockchain sector?
I'm Willie Phan. You can call me Willie, and I'm from RMIT. And I joined this market about 4 years, and the question with this question I had is still interesting question and make me remember to the past when very first time I go to with the blockchain. And honestly, in the first time I entered to this market, I was attracted by the profit, not technology anymore. So my honestly, and that I heard from my friends, and this blockchain crypto is so good, and it's so similar with many people here, right? And at that time I so naive about this, and but when I spend a lot of time in this market, and I learned a lot about blockchain, crypto, and how it's applied and how it can help us. And I realized I love it so much because two things. I think two things I love it. The first thing is if you had a chance, the power to enter a new era of technology and our lives. And I can list out many fields that blockchain can apply, like finance with the we can call the DeFi. That is a coin that follow, and this is a very huge trend. And about RR entertain, you can hear it many things about NFTs, right? And society with metaverse or something like this. Moreover, it's an application can be used in the banking, in the logistics, and or agriculture. And second, I love it because blockchain teach me a lot. And blockchain, the biggest thing I think blockchain teach me that the more power you have. Yeah, the blockchain give the user more power. Blockchain give us a lot of power, and with more power you have, you should have more knowledge to control this power. And the more carefully you should to aware, and the more is one step into this field. Because when the many power, blockchain give other many power to do many things. But if we don't have enough knowledge, if we don't have enough know-how, it's so bad. Yeah. And blockchain give user more right and chance to control the resource and asset, but come with trust waiting. Yeah. And it took me a lot. Yeah. Yes, it's my sharing, the first of my sharing. Thank you.
Thanks, Willie. I suppose we'll progress on to Trung. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself and also your company, and also what motivated you and how did you end up within the DeFi blockchain sector?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Trung. I'm the CEO of Sky Mavis. Currently, I'm running the team here in Vietnam. So yeah, it was at the beginning of 2018. So I joined the blockchain space out of curiosity, actually, just to have some fun playing the first blockchain games at the time. But then I realized the beauty of applying the blockchain technology into I think meaningful applications to people. So that's why I got hooked and quit my full-time job. Took a leap of faith just to experience all the things myself. So yeah, that's how my story with the blockchain tech started.
Thanks, Trung. Can we move on to to Gyang? Do you want to, from Macachain, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself, your company, and also how you ended up within this sector?
Oh yeah, hello, I'm Zhang and I'm CEO of Macachain. So let's say that I'm starting as a technical guy working in security sector. So yeah, sometimes I focus on security. And one day when Bitcoin born, I'm interested in the technical of the Bitcoin that's called blockchain. So now I have 5 years and found for Macachain. The first thing we come from blockchains is a loyalty point. Yeah, we think that maybe someday the loyalty point can be some kind of the cryptocurrency and using it all over the world. Yeah, so that's the reason I joined with blockchain and I love blockchain. Yeah.
Thanks, Gyang. We'll progress on to Tan. Do you want to kind of unmute yourself and tell us a bit about yourself? Tan? You're on mute, by the way. Oh, you're still on mute, by the way. Oh, we can't hear you. The joys of basically live virtual conferences. No, we still can't hear you, unfortunately. I suppose we'll come back to it. I suppose we'll come back to Tan and we'll kind of move on to maybe Hui from Caryachain. Do you want to kind of tell us a bit about yourself?
Hello, Dr. Sang. It's an honor to be here. Hello, everyone. I'm Hui. I'm the co-founder and now CEO of Caryachain, a blockchain platform try to empower the business in Vietnam. So yeah, I first came to blockchain a few years ago, say 5 or 6 years ago, when I was still at Google and designing a system that has some characteristic that blockchain was just a good fit. That was a while before the Bitcoin run back in 2017. So I enjoy the technology. I love it. I just didn't even realize it is actually blockchain, right? It was just a technology to solve problems. And then a few years later, my friends, founded Caryachain and asked me to become the technical advisor. So it all happened, as coincidence that I get back to the technology that I once, embraced and liked it so much. And the more I'm in with blockchain technologies, the more I believe that it will become big, innovations in the next decade. Thank you.
Thanks, Hui. Lynn, let's go with you before we get back to Tan. Do you want to kind of introduce yourself and also Binance?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, RMIT Fintech Club, for organizing this meaningful event. So currently, I'm a regional director at Binance, focused on Southeast Asia. Previously, I was COO at RMIT and a project director at Infinity Blockchain Lab. And my first crypto that I got actually from winning the hackathon in San Francisco in 2016. And in that it was a beautiful memory. And I have been in this blockchain crypto space for more than 5 years. And so far, I still am on the bright track. I strongly believe that blockchain will be the next big thing after the internet. And that's why I'm still here today. And my job is to build, develop, and expand the blockchain ecosystem in Vietnam and other countries in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Excellent. Could we just ask what crypto did you win from the hackathon, by the way?
Ethereum.
Thank you. Tan, let's kind of go back to you, Tan. Hopefully technical difficulties aside now, do you want to introduce yourself? Let's give it a go.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Thanh. I'm a CTO and one of the founder of the Lanzhon. Lanzhon can be seen as one of one-stop platform for decentralized finance services. In Vietnam, we focus on incubating and launching blockchain projects to go global. Within 9 months from beginning of this year, we have around more than 30 projects to go global. And I got the low blockchain since 2014 with some mining rigs. And then I have some research about its technology in 2017. At that time, I heard a lot of use cases of blockchain, like Bitcoin can be seen as electronic cash. For example, you can buy some coffee with Bitcoin, but the problem at the end of 2017 is you cannot totally use Bitcoin for buying a cup of coffee, because at that time, the fee is quite high, around $30 to $300, and it took around 3 hours to even more 1 day to make a transaction. That's why Bitcoin is not suitable for making a daily transaction. And at that time, we took a lot of research to solve this issue. And then in 2019, I found that DeFi as a promising part of blockchain application. And then I found that Vietnamese startups are in front of the very huge chance to go global, and with the possibility to have a strong position in the blockchain world map. So that's why Lanzhon finally born, and with the vision of the Handy Pick project to go global, and Lanzhon will be the companion for their successes. And that is the way that attract me to the blockchain industry. However, industry in a few years changed quite fast. Now in 2021, we discovered more application of blockchain, which is even more interesting than we first learned about blockchain. Like we know about DeFi, GameFi, and especially for metaverse. So I'm at this time I'm only for blockchain technology, and also in charge for the technical things in Lanzhon. Thank you.
Thanks, Tan. I would imagine that your mining rigs from 2014, you should hold on to them. There'll be museum pieces in several decades, and you might earn a bit of money on those. Right. Let's kind of carry on with these discussions. I mean, we had a nice little question in a prior panel talking about use cases for finance and fintech, and I suppose blockchain being part of the fintech ecosystem and the DeFi ecosystem, and all of you being successful in implementing blockchain within your firms. Could you kind of give us some insight into how blockchain is actually used within your companies? So Lynn, can we kind of start with you in terms of Binance? How is blockchain implemented within the Binance arena?
That's an interesting question. So in compared to 2017, we actually see several user case for blockchain right now up to 2021. And for me, I would say that blockchain will be applied significantly in the finance sector and gaming sector. I believe that other panelists on this panel can share more, like Chung and Huy and Thanh Dao. And in terms of Binance, people know Binance is the largest exchange in the world in terms of the trading volume, but actually Binance is so much more than that. We have applied blockchain in several products, such as Binance Smart Chain that we have seen in that several gaming in Vietnam that's built on BSC. And another product from us is Binance NFT. That is the marketplace. We have both centralized and decentralized Binance NFT marketplace. One is called Binance NFT that is on Binance.com, and the other one is Future.market. And the third product is Binance Academy. It's totally free for the crypto and blockchain user. They can go there and learn for free. So RMIT students go ahead and go to Binance Academy and learn about blockchain, crypto, and investment, and so on. We also have Binance Charity, which is I believe is the first not-for-profit organization that dedicate to advancing the transparent and inclusive philanthropy. That we have been donating several stuff to help Vietnam to fighting COVID-19 as well. And we also had Trust Wallets that people can buy, store, call it NFT, and exchange and earn crypto. Right now, I think we have more than 10 million users on Trust Wallet. And yes, the special thing that we also have Binance Launchpad that we have start up to do the token generation and kind of raising fund. And SkyMobile is one of our very successful Binance Launchpad. That's all for Binance.
So a plug for Binance Academy for all RMIT students, or everyone in here actually, the audience, if you want to learn a bit more about blockchain, Binance Academy, it's free to use. Right, Huy, let's kind of get on to CardioChain. What about CardioChain? Could you kind of think about how blockchain is implemented within CardioChain?
Right. Yeah. Thank you. So it's undeniable that finance and banking sector is a biggest one so far for blockchain technologies, right? With Bitcoin and all the cryptocurrencies that we see. But at CardioChain, we try to see if there's other ways to put blockchain into mass adoption, not only through all of the means that we see today, like GameFi, NFT, DeFi, and ICO, IEO. That kind of thing. So at CardioChain, we actually focusing on forefront right now, which we believe will be the next big thing for blockchain mass adoption. The first one is into e-commerce, especially in the loyalty program, where we believe that it should be interchangeable for all the loyalty point between all of the different e-commerce, as long as it is transparent and secure, right? The second one we are into is on, decentralized ID. So it's sort of like, think about it as a QR code that you use today for your vaccination, right? We're working on that kind of solution to utilize the blockchain technologies. Then is also in entertainment sector, where we work with KOLs and, fan clubs and that kind of thing to see if we can utilize the tokens point for that. That could also leverage the NFT movement that we see recently. And then in tokenization, we're working with real estate resort to see if there is a sharing economy that can be empowered by the blockchain technology. So those are some of the things that we have been working in 2021, and we'll hope to see more of that coming out as a real product and real adoptions in 2022.
Thanks, Huy. Some super interesting products or projects coming up from CardioChain there. Gyang, what about Akachain? I mean, how have you guys applied blockchain within the company?
Yeah. So let's say first, Akachain is the blockchain for enterprise. So we have the experience for working with enterprise to cross industry. So we can prove that blockchain is not only for the financial sector. For example, we can use blockchain, for real estate. In the near future, maybe when you have a real estate, you can open the sharing for the token for this real estate, for example. And in another sector, for example, now we see that like Mr. Chung do with Ace Infinity. We have many kind of game working in blockchain. We also have let's say the loyalty system. Yeah, the loyalty system is the very famous use case in blockchain, because when you have a loyalty point, you can use this loyalty point to exchange to another loyalty point. For example, when you fly a fly, you have some loyalty miles. You can exchange the miles to a Starbucks point to have a Starbucks coffee, for example. And you go for dinner, you're using this one. Yeah. So in the new world, maybe in 2022 and few more years, I think there's maybe many use case of blockchain. With enterprise, cross industry, and end user see open. They can use blockchain for many things.
Thanks, Yang. Willie, do you want to kind of tell us about blockchain use within Coin98? So use cases for blockchain.
Yeah, thanks for this question. And this is an interesting question. And in Coin98, we decide to invest in the almost our effort to define decentralized finance. And Coin98, I have we have looked in the past of Coin98. Coin98 revamped from a Coin98 community, a crypto community focused on investing through comprehensive research from October 2017, 4 years ago. After years and developing with and in 2 years ago, we revamped to Coin98 Finance, and we launched first product on 2020, Coin98 Wallet. Now it's a multi-chain wallet to have user to use blockchain more easy. And up to now, we have nearly 1 million user from more than 150 countries with a huge transaction. And 4 months ago, we launched our token C98 with the Binance Long Badge. Thanks, Binance, so much. And so Coin98 is building a comprehensive and ecosystem which result around a crucial sector and domain within the blockchain. Yeah, and we have 3 pillars. We have a 3 pillar. This is Coin98, Coin98 Venture, Coin98 Labs, and Coin98 Network. Yeah, and with Coin98 Network, we have a group of major media platforms that have 1 million of user experience and deep learning in crypto. Nearly traffic is more than nearly 5 million users monthly. Yeah, and Coin98 Finance ecosystem. And with the Coin98 Labs, we pure DeFi gateway for with vision that have a traditional user to access any DeFi service on multi-blockchains more easy. We provide a one-stop platform to user access the DeFi ecosystem, such as a decentralized exchange. We have decentralized exchange. We have lending protocol, on-chain governance, blockchain-based game. Cross-chain transfer for more than 50 networks, such as Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Solana, Avalanche, Phantom, something like this. And we more focus on DeFi, and have people more easy to use and more safety. Yes, thanks.
Thanks, Willie. Tan, same question. So with LaunchZone, I mean, how have you implemented blockchain within LaunchZone?
LaunchZone have some same and some common vision with Coin98. LaunchZone is also ecosystem for DeFi. We also have LaunchZone wallet that is multi-chain wallet for ease to learn and use blockchain application within a very secure mobile app. And Nazon has also a decentralized exchange right now, can be accessible at lc.finance, and people can trade, can swap with a very good rate, because Nazon use our own algorithm for aggregator. So the system can routing the trade volume to the different AMM or different decentralized exchange, so that user can gain the highest swap rate. In addition, we have some earns platform for users, like we are going to launch the Lanzone Bank, that people can stake their stablecoin, and then we have a strategy team to route the stablecoin volume to the different staking platform like PancakeSwap, ApeSwap, or something on Binance Smart Chain. From that, we can optimize the profit from each swap and farms, so that, and then we can return the benefits to the users. Also, we are known as one of the best launchpad on Binance Smart Chain. From the beginning of this year, like I shared before, that we have launched around 30 projects in this blockchain industry, and a lot of the project is in Vietnam, and we have worked with them, and we found that Vietnamese has a good chance to go global. So at this time, we are focusing also on the finding and the incubating more projects to go global, like GameFi or DeFi projects. So that is some summary of Nanjon.
I think the crypto swaps is such an interesting thing to kind of develop. Moving on to Trung, I mean, apologies for leaving you last, but only because I think, Sky Mavis and what you're doing with blockchain, I find supremely innovative. So could you kind of highlight, I mean, in terms of Sky Mavis and how you guys are using blockchain, your use cases from there?
Yeah. So actually, we live and breathe blockchain. I think we make blockchain products. So I think we have learned a lot over our journey with the blockchain space. But there's one thing that hasn't changed over the years. So we always believe in the power of utilize gaming to bring the new technology to people. So that hasn't changed at all. And actually, when we do games on blockchain, there's a lot of hard technical challenge that we have to solve in order to make it happen. So eventually, we end up making the whole kind of ecosystem and infrastructure for bringing games onto the blockchain. So that's what we do.
I'm going to push you a bit more on that in terms of blockchain for gamification. Could you expand on that a bit further in terms of how blockchain can be used for games?
So I think the most important thing of using blockchain for games is that it gives you the true ownership of your game items and game characters. So as long as you have the true ownership, you can just buy and sell and transfer your game items freely with others. So I think that's the biggest difference between blockchain games and traditional games. In traditional games, I think game publishers and game developers usually utilize player silo in order to protect their, I could say, benefits, right? Because people with a lot of access, they cannot sell the access to others, and people with not enough access, the only way for them to gain more is through buying from the game creators. So I think with blockchain games that changed significantly, because nowadays you can just buy and sell, and even though if you want to maybe move to another games, you can also sell access to other. So I think that's a new thing compared to the traditional games.
Thanks, Trung. And also kudos on naming the in-game currency SLP, or Smooth Love Potion. Very, very nice name for that.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to move on to kind of like our next area, which is essentially for startups. And then some of you here are within startups, or you've progressed on from the startup stage with your companies. But for new startups, what factors should these new companies consider when thinking about applying blockchain within their infrastructure? So quite an important question for, I think, our students who may consider going into the sector either as entrepreneurs or even work within the sector. So what are the factors that companies need to kind of think about when implementing blockchain? Willie, let's start with you on that.
Yeah. Thanks for this question. And I have stayed in this market since 4 years ago, and I saw many startups that rise and fall to even disappear in the silence. Some guys become huge firm, but some guy is fall in silence. And I realized something. The first, beside the business model, and I think the first is what's your mind when an opinion when you enter into this market? Do you want to build a long-lasting firm, or do you want to harvest or doses or harvest and as fast as possible? Or do you want to double or triple or quadruple your balance? Yeah, with the second or third time, you will leave behind a lot of bitch and take a lot of trust out of the market. And when you enter it, and you should, if you want to start up, if you want to enter this market, you should only enter the market when you love and have faith in it. And you should have enough faith so that when you have enough faith, when the winter of this market come, and you will still ready to fight, and when the market dip in the red and reduce a lot, you still can stay strong, since you care more about your product than the price, and can be manipulated by the many people. I think it's very the first your mindset and your opinion when you enter to this market, not a business model. And the second is a lot of startups simply take the traditional. I think I see that a lot of startups simply take the traditional model and block some minor blockchain to their business model, and it's still okay. Yeah, it's still okay in the short term. But when the market high, it's okay. When the market high, it's okay. But when for the long term, you will face a lot of obstacles. Your product should directly bring directly benefit to the blockchain user, not just wearing a blockchain shirt to be a look cool or branding. Yeah, just for ICO. No. And side and the founder should have a vision long enough and adapt fast enough, because it's a crazy market. This market loves the new thing and work continuously. Yeah, go. And you may be the success today, but few hours later, there will be a new product competing with a cool new feature, so that you have to go and transform yourself a lot. It's a crazy market. Yeah, it's in my opinion.
Thanks, Willie. Yang, same question to you. What factors do you think new startups need to consider when it comes to implementing blockchain within their business models?
I think with blockchain is the huge trend, and it will go long is DeFi. Yeah, sure, because we enter CoinIT, I enter to DeFi. Yeah. And you can see it's good for NFT or game fee is a new trend. And metaverse or something is I think it's some keyword that's great. But I will bet, and we will bet into the Web3. We will bet into Web3. We'll bet into the DeFi. And so I vote for Web3 and DeFi, something like that.
Thanks, Willie. Yang, so same question to you. What do you think the factors that firms need to consider when building blockchain into their business model? What do you think?
first of all, I think, let's say that for enterprise, when they're applying blockchain, there's blockchain helps them a lot to create the sharing economy. One enterprise can work with another enterprise. That the normal system cannot work, right? But they need to consider that when you apply to blockchain, for example, you're sharing the loyalty point, you're sharing the data to create a network of data, right? You will be not the owner of the data. Sometimes when you want to change, change the balances, when you want to apply something for a kind of centralized system, you cannot work like that. So the next thing I think is when you work like a cross-industry or sharing economy, the performance of the blockchain maybe as a bottleneck. For example, you do the transaction like cross, right? Cross in. For example, you transfer the banking, right? Just cross-border payment, something like when you transfer money from Vietnam to United States, the transaction may be low. So I think that's the problem. Maybe sometime, the enterprise should consider when they're applying blockchain. Yeah.
Thanks, Gian. Lynn, so you've got two companies here that fundamentally leverage the Binance Smart Chain. I mean, what do you think in terms of firms, new startups applying blockchain within their business model? What factors do they need to kind of consider?
Okay. For this question, I will base on the investment perspective. So I think for the startup founder, they should pay attention to 5 areas. The first one will be product design market. In it, that means they should focus on finding product market fit and tokenomics. I think is very important. The second one is technology. They should decide with smart contract they want to use, either Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum, or Solana. So of course, I will be favored for BSC, going working for Binance. And the third one will be security. John will recommend that project that apply for BSC should already do the security audit. And the fourth one will be the management and operation. That thing will be different than traditional startup because they need to very good at community management, people management, user role, operation efficiency, and especially they need to pay attention to the regulatory and legal landscape because that we rarely if the country only target the market size in that specific country and that specific country had a certain regulatory and legal. We will not really invest in that kind of business model. And another one is the investment. So they need to know the business model, writing the white paper, do the pricing and fundraising. And yes, we will not interested in the bitching debt that people say that the founder will unblock the token in less than 6 months or something like that. Right now, the term should be at least 1 year. They have to lock the token for at least a year. Summary, I think that they should build what people want, not what they need. So that's it for me.
Thanks. I think some really important points there in terms of tokenomics and also basically designing a product that people want, really, as opposed to what people need as opposed to what people want.
Yes, exactly. No, I say exactly what people want, not what people need. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Hui, what are your thoughts on that? Like, what factors do people or new startups need to consider when they're using blockchain or implementing blockchain?
And so, in my opinion, it's not about blockchain or not blockchain. It's not about startup or corporations. It's always about what challenge you're trying to solve, what issue you're trying to solve, and what value can you bring to the pictures. So, of course, with the bull run of cryptocurrency, you will see a lot more blockchain coming into space. And for me, it's a good thing, but I'm torn by seeing so much, startup coming in doing blockchain just to think that they can, get a lot of money quickly. I think that mindset is a little troublesome, but I think many, Worley and Lynn already sort of addressed that. So in my opinion, it's just simple as what is the problems that we are solving and the value in bringing blockchain to the pictures. We really want to support, more use case For example, for the past 3-4 years, people have been, begging for the first real mass adoptions of blockchain. And then GameFi comes, Trung and Asi here did a great job to make the whole world aware of, of blockchains and see that game could be a good space. And right after that, you could see thousands of games coming to the space where I don't know, maybe only a few % of them is actually, sustainable in the long run. It's a good thing that we need, a massive awareness about new things, and then we would need a cleans up after that to get it back to where it really was. Like nobody knows what is the correct price of GameFi and NFT and blockchain at this point. Maybe you will know in a few years, but I think that's a very good first start. We need more of that, but we need to think long term. We should not coming in just because it's a quick making money scheme. We need to think about the fundamentals, and for that I would try to talk to every startup founder that have chance to try to figure out the real value and elaborate on these.
I think you and Lynn raised some very good points here. So in the previous panel, we had a suggestion that Bitcoin and fintech or blockchain were enablers, but it doesn't change the underlying principles of entrepreneurship and business models, and that there's a need to kind of design elements that are useful and over the longer term. So some very, very, very important points there fundamentally. Mr. Trung, I mean, potentially, if I suppose if we kind of move on to another element, which is essentially looking at blockchain going forward, looking at the technology, looking at Vietnam as, let's say, for example, one of the leading markets in Southeast Asia for blockchain development. What do you think are your challenges and opportunities? What do you think are the challenges and opportunities for blockchain companies in Vietnam?
I think there's two biggest challenge. The first one, obviously, regulations, because we don't have like clear regulation regarding how to operate like a blockchain kind of based corporations. So that could be very challenging for Vietnamese corporation startups also to do blockchain. I mean, if we have clear regulation, even though it could be like strict, it will be even it will still be better for startups to do blockchain, because we don't have to deal with a lot of risk when the environment kind of change over time. So the second challenge, I think, from what I observed in the space, in the Vietnamese blockchain space at the moment, I think a lot of teams like don't care enough about diversity. So most of the time there will be like several, I think, Vietnamese founders bootstrapping the company together. I think at first it will be fine because the communication cost will be minimized. But over time, when they want to tackle like a larger kind of market, the global market, it will place some, I think, pressure on the team, because there will be a whole kind of different like market that they have to adjust over time. And sometimes they don't have the culture, they don't have the understanding to enter that bigger market. So I think that's the two biggest challenge in my opinion. Regarding opportunities, I think Vietnamese people are very sensitive when it comes to timing. So we are pretty like we are always quickly reacted to like new chance, new things. So I think that's a huge kind of like strength that we have. And right now, I think whenever we have a new chance, there's a lot of Vietnamese projects that like quickly develop in order to capture the chance. I think that's a good thing. But then I think we need to do better in terms of like prolong the life cycle of those projects. Sometimes like people lose interest too quickly, and the projects like dies down too quickly too. So I think we have a lot of opportunities here, especially when like the blockchain space is like an even kind of playing field for all people around the world, and we have a pretty head start, I could say. Yeah, I'm very kind of like looking forward to all the potential of Vietnamese projects. Yeah.
Thanks, Trung. Tan, I mean, building off what Trung said in terms of regulation, diversity being challenges, and timing being opportunities. I mean, could you share a bit about your experiences in terms of what are the challenges and opportunities for blockchain companies in Vietnam going forward?
Well, I also think have some same opinion with Trung that we are waiting for some legal framework for blockchain projects. But as one of the developers in Vietnam, we also have that we have some challenge, or we have also some opportunities. To list some challenges that we can see is about the infrastructure, like when we want to connect the real world devices to the blockchain application. We are far more behind the world, because the world, they have more advanced technology, so they can be better than us in digital transformation. But in other side, that for example, like in DeFi, GameFi, or Metaverse, we don't need such kind of infrastructure. So Vietnamese startups have more chance to take that path, and we don't need much interaction and connection to the real world in such projects. DeFi, GameFi, or Metaverse. So the projects in Vietnam have more chance to, and they have more fair opportunities to develop the application. So in addition, we have quite a strong product teams in Vietnam. So I believe that with the improvement of the marketing and business development, Vietnamese blockchain companies will have more chance to soar in the near future. As same with the idea from Trung that we need the very diversification between internal team of the blockchain project that developed by Vietnamese people. So I also have the same idea with that.
Thanks, Tan. I mean, regulation seems to be quite a common theme across like a lot of the discussions that we're having. So, I mean, just real quickly, give me a thumbs up if you all think that regulation is one of the few things that has to be addressed going forward. Suppose quick camera thumbs up if you Lynn, go for it.
Yeah, I come up. Regulation is very challenging. Yeah.
Cool. I've been informed that we're running out of time, so we'll kind of move on to our final section, and then we'll kind of condense this ever so slightly. But in one sentence, how do you think blockchain will change the world over the next 10 years? So in 2030, what do you think, how do you think blockchain is going to change the world? So just in one sentence, real quickly, concisely, Willie, let's kind of start with you.
Okay. I just talked to the organizer. They say that they can extend our panel discussion to 15 minutes more. Just to let you know
more time. Okay.
Yes, because it's hard to gather all the builder in Vietnam in terms of blockchain to be on the same panel, so we can extend the time. Okay. Great. So in terms of your question, I will answer your question, right? You're asking about 2030?
Yes. 2030, yes.
Okay, 2030 is mean around 9 years from now. So I think 99.9% I will believe that blockchain will be very successful. Only 0.1% will be failure. So according to Gartner, I read the report a few weeks ago. So they say that by 2025, the market cap for blockchain will be $176 billion, and by 2030 it will be $3.1 trillion US. And by 2030, in my imagination, I think that people will use a bunch of products that build on blockchain, but they will not know that. It's just similar to the internet era where people we are using Google, email and a bunch of stuff, but we didn't know that how the internet is working. It will happen again in the blockchain era. And it's simply to remember that today the one that we have internet is the internet of information, and the blockchain actually they show something that the internet of information cannot show. That means they can store, they can move the transaction value without the intermediary. So I think the blockchain will be the internet of value. And another thing that blockchain, they can seed the trust in people and organizations to trust in the technology. And that's why we are on here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Willie, what are your thoughts? In 9 years' time, how will blockchain change the world?
Yeah, with me, it's so hard to predict for a long time reason. Honestly, at this time, I cannot predict what this is this afternoon. Yeah, so it's just kidding. And with this question, I think with question is everybody. If you had a chance, I think everybody should ask Lethan or Vin, our CoinITA founders who have more long-term vision and smart thinking than me. And I really admire them. But in my opinion, I bet on blockchain, crypto, and DeFi will be the mainstream that most government on this planet accept and have a rule for it and have a regulator. And it's so important for this market to be mass adopted by the country, by the government, and the people. Yeah. And the second, I think after the metaverse will reach a new milestone and for to become our second life, and DeFi will connect with the traditional banking, and both of them will support together to make our life better. I believe in this. Yeah. Because it's many changes through COVID or something like this, and the transform digital many things. And I'm so eager to want to go to 2030 to know who live to this time Ethereum been beyond CoinITA, and how long we can go to, and how far we can go, and what the shape of us, what the shape of our firm in this time, what we transfer to. Yeah, I'm eager to know that too.
Thanks, Willie. Yeah. Yang, what are your thoughts? 9 years time, 2030, how is blockchain going to change the world? Where's Akachain going to be?
Yeah, so it's to be honest, it's really hard to say what will happen in the future. But let's say that currently, for using blockchain, the end user is very limited because they need to have some kind of technical stack to using the blockchain for using the game, using the token or something like this. So I hope that in the future, the blockchains will have more end user when we become for more user experience, UI friendly, and many things like that. So I think that's in the future. Maybe all over the world, all users can use the blockchain technology using the blockchain application like the normal application. Yeah.
Thanks, Yang. Hui, what are your thoughts? 9 years time into the future.
I think we are entering the first phase of the golden blockchain age, and by 2030 we probably will be in the peak of it. And from a technical point of view, it just mainly means blockchain is already adopted, and we shouldn't need to care so much about what we care today, whether it's safe, whether it's easy to use, whether we are using blockchain or not. Nobody asks those questions about internet nowadays because they assume that everything is running on the internet. So that is what I would expect to see blockchain come to place in 2030. Being through internet, mobile, IoT, cloud computing, and AI. I'm pretty sure that day will come, and then there will be more application beyond our imaginations. Metaverse is a big word, and recently maybe it's just a small thing in the span of 9 years. Maybe we'll see, huge, big things that is built on blockchain. And once people stop talking about why blockchain is important, why we need to adopt blockchain, that is where we're really into the blockchain age.
Thanks, Hui. Trung, what are your thoughts? So 9 years from now into the future, where do you see blockchain? How does it change the world?
I think the blockchain tech has already changed the world from what we can see at the moment. In 9 years, I think mass blockchain adoption will be a real thing, and people will not have to questions about like whether to use blockchain or not. I mean, it will be like, I think it will be a commodity technology that people can like utilize as they see fit. So I think we will see more like blockchain applications, more type of blockchain applications, I could say. Nowadays, we only see like limited applications, like we only experiment and apply blockchain into like something with proven use case, like games. So I'm eager to see even more. One more thing I see with like the current blockchain space, and also I think it will still be a thing in the future. So if we remember all the past, let's say, chance of building kind of products in the blockchain space, for example, like layer 1 solutions, I think even right now we haven't seen like we haven't truly seen the fruit of layer 1 solution yet. I think it will take like maybe even like 1, 2, or like 3 more years in order for us to see like the beautiful result from what we like planted. I think 3, 4 years ago. So I think like most of the application we like are planning at the moment, like metaverse. People keep like talking about it, but I think like the tech is not ready yet. There will be a lot of missing elements that we have to develop over the next like few years. So I hope that like in 9 years we'll see like the fruitful kind of result of those kind of products that we are planning today.
Thanks, Trung. Tan, yourself, blockchain in the future, 9 years time, one sentence. Where do you see us in the future?
In the next 10 years, the word that pop into my mind is the metaverse. I think we have enough time to grow and come over on the limitation of the boundaries, regulation to create a decentralized world that exists on the blockchain. In that world, we can live, can play, can earn, and we have more jobs opportunities on that metaverse, and in that virtual place. And in addition, I think that blockchain will be more wide range applied to daily life. There will be a lot of application and connected devices like IoT devices will be collected together, and things will be joined with the blockchain to see like we can experience a daily life without knowing that blockchain exists. Like we are right now, we are using internet, and we don't care about the internet thing unless we are disconnected. So I think the adoption of blockchain will be very popular and 2030.
Thanks, Don. I think we've got a bit of time left over. The organizers have told us we've got an extra 15 minutes. And what I might do is that I'll use this opportunity to actually go back to one of the questions we were dealing with prior, which is, where are the opportunities and challenges for blockchain and for Vietnamese companies? Giang, I mean, can we hear your thoughts on this? I mean, from your perspective, what are the main challenges and opportunities for blockchain companies in Vietnam? Sorry, Mr. Tan, that was kind of targeted at Gyang. Apologies for that.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What are the challenges and opportunities for blockchain companies in Vietnam? What do you think?
I think I have same idea with Chung. So for the first thing, for the challenge, I think is a regulation. Yeah. And the opportunities, I think, because let's say actually in Vietnamese, we have many kind of idea for blockchain. So many use case from blockchain was born in Vietnam. So I think Vietnam, and many startup companies will have many kind of opportunities that we can create more use case, generate more idea and more application running on the decentralized system. Yeah.
Thanks, Kyung. Lynn, what are your thoughts on this opportunities and challenges for blockchain companies in Vietnam? What do you think?
I think for the opportunity, therefore, I think that Vietnam has a lot of engineering, and every year, based on the report that I have, I think we had at least 30K fresh engineer graduate per year. And the second thing that we have a very huge market size, Vietnam in terms of population. By last year, I think more than 95 million people. And number three, we have amazing blockchain ecosystem that's from community builder, infrastructure, platform, funding, and a lot of stuff going on right now that we can put Vietnam at one of the frontier country in this blockchain and crypto space. And number four, that's the government. Why we deal with regulation, I had to friendly say that it's still better than China. How the Vietnam government is still have crypto in the right area, so we still have room for us to do something, right? And especially that's the two military, that's Ministry of Science and Technology and National Innovation Center that under Ministry of Planning and Investment, they are really supporting blockchain as one of the main driving tests for industrialization 4.0. And on the challenge side, I think that right now everybody talking about regulation in Vietnam, and I totally agree. How it limited the startup that can try different business model in blockchain. So I just want to let the government know that we have already had a few successful case, especially in this panel. We have Coin98 and AC Infinity. They have been 1 billion market cap already, more than 1 billion. And they are the vivid example for successful. And and other country, especially all the funding from outside Vietnam, they also look into Vietnam right now, invest in the bunch of startup in Vietnam. So I strongly recommend that the Vietnam government can leverage blockchain and moving forward and make Vietnam become a very wealthy country, developed country. Instead of we had to wait for 2045 become a developed country, maybe we just need 9 years to become a developed country. Yeah,
Excellent.
that's all for me.
Excellent. Some very, very nice points there. Right, we'll move on to basically the Q&A session. There are a few nice questions coming in from chat and from the audience. The first question is, with the boom of blockchain applications, how can the customer distinguish between scams and quality projects? So one relatively nice question right there. I don't know who wants to take that on. Willie, I see you laughing. I don't know if you want to answer that question.
Well, it's yeah. Well, okay. I will try my best to talk about this, but I think. Yeah, you have the first. If you want to this one, you realize that's what is scam or what is the best the good project. The first thing I think you have the first you have to have the knowledge, deep knowledge in this in this market. Yeah, my advice, you can go to coin98.net. It's a lot of. It's a huge knowledge about the crypto you can learn. Yeah, the first you have a year, and the second when you start to do some project, you will you can check about the backer, the investor, and and what they what their solution to have to this market is good, or is a long term, or it's just a it's not really not reliable. It's not like you have to check about this, and you have to check about tokenomics, and you have the knowledge about the chain, the ecosystem of the chains, and to see the what role of this project in the ecosystem about Avalanche. Or if example Avalanche, or now Avalanche is very strong about the lending and borrowing and IMM, something like this. And but when the new project launch on Avalanche, and you have to ask that project have what position in with this chain, something like that. And to answer all of this, you have to have good deep learning in this market. And the second is the backer and the investor. You have to check that investor also when they have a list of investor, and you check this investor is in the past they invest in a good project or great or something social project, something like this, and you have to check it. And I think it's the most important is your knowledge about this market. And I don't know how to translate this sentence, but in Vietnam I have I always talk with my friends. There's nothing no good news, nothing goes fall into the sky. It's just about the rain and the bird beep beep beep. Nothing good fall in from the sky. It's just something bad. You have when the this is my opinion.
I would like to hear that saying in Vietnamese if possible. Nothing good falls from the sky. But maybe after this panel. This is a question for you, Trung. I mean, NFT games in the industry are quite unbalanced due to the play to earn, but inclining more to the pay to win mechanism. Do you think that this will be an issue for NFT games going forward in terms of play to earn and play to win?
Sorry, is that play to win or pay to win? So do you unmute it?
Oh, play to earn or pay to win?
Pay to win, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I think blockchain kind of community represent a very correctly what we see in the real world, right? We have different kind of tiers in the real world. So in the blockchain space, I think even in blockchain games, it has some similarities. So for certain games, I think they try their best to promote a fair kind of competition between different players. Even though you spend a lot of money to buy let's say very rare kind of characters, those characters will not be stronger than others. So they might be valuable in terms of the rarity. They will be more beautiful. But when it comes to the utility in player versus player kind of competition, they don't have any kind of advantage. So I think it all depends on the model. I don't think that all blockchain games are all following the pay to win model. Sometimes it's necessary in a player versus environment mode, because people who spend a lot of money, of course, they want them to be stronger than others, and I think it's a very fair kind of desire. But other than that, regarding play to earn, I think, in my opinion, it's a good narrative to get people hooked with the games, get them to try, and then from what I observed so far, I think eventually people if the game is good, eventually people will get more familiar with the game mechanics. A lot of people will fall in love with the game itself, not by the benefits of play to earn or something. So I think right now we are still in the exploration kind of phase, and we have to learn a lot, like how to, because like it's not only about creating a new game, it's also bootstrapping a new economy. So that's why we are still learning a lot in terms of like how to best kind of do so. There's a lot of like things to learn. There's a lot of like balancing over the cost of that kind of progress. So yeah, I think like all of the projects in the space, like each one is pushing a little bit toward like having a sustainable kind of model for play-to-earn game. So I think in the future we'll see more and more kind of development in that regard.
Thanks, Trung. And I suppose we'll end on this question. So there are many blockchain models out there, consortium, public and private models. Consortium models and private models aren't used very much in reality. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, I don't know who wants to take this. Hui, would you like to take this question?
Yes, so we see for enterprise and government, they prefer not to share everything publicly most of the time, but yet they want to have a portion of that using the blockchain technologies. So private chain and consortium is a very good fit in many of these situations. So of course, I don't think blockchain technology can thrive into the blockchain age without a combination of public, private, and consortium. Indeed, we would probably see a huge amount of incomes going to come from those business, which I usually prefer to call as blockchain as a service. That is where we deploy a blockchain solution to a very big enterprise. So yeah, I feel like we saw some movement over there. For example, IBM with a Hyperledger. I think FPT have IKChain as an example too. So maybe Jan can cooperate on that. But yes, I feel like in the next few years, we're gonna see in parallel with the movement of cryptocurrency and public blockchain layer 1, layer 2, as we call, we'll see also another big push from the traditional side, banking system of the enterprise solution. IBM, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they probably, I mean, like in Google, they have their own blockchain network as well. So one day we'll see them probably similar to how AWS become the powerhouse for cloud computing. Maybe they will start selling the solution too. So we never know. But once that comes, we will see is a big push from both the traditional side and the crypto side as well.
Thanks for that, Hui. I think some very nice insights into that. I've been told that basically we have to end the session now. If I'm not mistaken, I think we have to kind of stay behind for a photo opportunity. But before we actually go for the photo opportunity, I'd like to take the opportunity once again to thank all of you for being here. I mean, you're some of the largest, you're some of the most influential individuals within the sector at this point in time, and to share your time with us, we are very, very appreciative. So on behalf of the audience, RMIT and the FinTech Club especially, thank you very much for being with us today. So when do we have, are we going to take a photo after this?
Sure, everyone, please, I will count down from 3. Please wait a moment for me to set up. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got your picture. Thank you so much for coming with us today. Our panelists, you have a very lively discussion, and I can see that all of you are very optimistic on the future of blockchain, especially like trending like metaverse right now. It will become like inevitable in our future. And we also see there are some current challenges that we need to solve first. This is a very fun and insightful discussion, and I'm so glad that you are all here today. So thank you so much, our guest speaker and Dr. Seng Kyung, for hosting this panel discussion too. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
you. Take care.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So audiences, it's the end of our panel discussion, but not the end of our forum. Please bear with us because we would like to invite you to the comedy booth section on Gather Town. Please kindly go to the register time loss that you already registered in your application. And please do mind that the Gather Town is open at exactly 12:25 p.m. in Vietnam time. Moreover, a series of workshops brought to you by Papaya Insurtech, Timo, Binance, Kyber Network, and Wafan Game will start promptly at 2 p.m. So now we will have a short break and I will see you in Garden Town.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hi everyone, welcome back I hope that you have had a meaningful experience networking with 16 companies in Gathertown. However, the RMIT FinTech Blockchain Forum is yet to end. In the next 2.5 hours, for the first time ever, a series consisting of 5 workshops will be live streamed for free on Zoom and our RMIT FinTech Blockchain Forum Facebook page. Each workshop is lasts for 30 minutes long with the aim of spreading FinTech blockchain knowledge. Before our guest speakers start, I would like to briefly go through the agenda of a workshop. The first workshop is about InsurTech, brought to you by Mr. Hùng Phang, CEO and co-founder of Papaya InsurTech. The second workshop is about Digital Bank by Mr. Kiệt Võ, Vice President of Customer Experience at Timo Digital Bank. The third workshop is about Binance Smart Chain, provided by Ms. Linh Huỳnh, Southeast Asia Director of Binance. Next up, we have a workshop on decentralized finance by Ms. Shasha Mai, Head of Business Development at Kyber Network. And the last workshop, couldn't be more exciting, is about NFT, brought to you by CEO of Wolfen Game, Mr. Nguyễn Đình Khánh. So let's start with the InsurTech workshop, shall we? Please, Mr. Hùng, if you are ready, please turn on your camera and share your screen to start our first workshop about InsurTech.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
I'm so glad to see you here. We can't wait to have a workshop about your company and also about a very interesting topic, InsurTech. So right now, I will leave the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you, RMIT FinTech Blockchain Forum, for hosting the event and allow me the opportunity here today to talk about InsurTech and insurance. So my name is Hong Phan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Papaya InsurTech. And so hopefully through this workshop, I'll be able to give you guys a brief overview of the insurance industry, how InsurTech play a role in the industry, what type of challenges InsurTech company faces, and then maybe some room for Q&A if anyone interested to learn more about the insurance industry. You can see my screen clearly. Just want to check.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so about insurance, you guys probably heard a lot about insurance. It's becoming very popular here in Vietnam. So I just want to go a quick overview about the industry, the value chain of the industry, so that when going to InsurTech, everyone can have a better picture of where InsurTech fit in within the industry. So when it comes to insurance, right, there are mainly 2 types of insurance: life insurance and general insurance. And life insurance, as the name suggested, is to protect everything that related to your life. It doesn't necessarily have to be death. It can be critical illnesses, can be accident. And then you have the general insurance side, which cover pretty much everything that can have a risk. Then the insurance company can underwrite the product for it, from your health, your home, your car, even your savings, right? So today I go a little bit about general insurance and some of the development that happened in the general insurance side. So general insurance is also divided into 2 lines: personal insurance, where product are for individuals like me and everyone else. Commercial insurance is for business. And on the personal insurance line, there's a lot of types of insurance as well, but the most popular that you can see in the market is health, motor insurance to protect your motorbike, to protect your car. But also there has been new ways of insurance product for personal line that have been introduced to the market over the past few years. You guys might see phone insurance to protect it when you drop your phone, you broke your screen, the insurance can pay for that. E-commerce insurance is when you shopping on the e-commerce site, you want to return an item. There is an insurance policy to cover the fee to ship back the product back to the platform. And then pet insurance for your dog, for your cat. Similarly, on commercial insurance side is to protect business from the risks that can happen during the course of the business. So cargo insurance, if you are manufacturing in Vietnam, you ship product across the world, you want to protect the cargo if anything happen to it along the way. But really on the commercial insurance side, we have seen a growth very significantly in cybersecurity insurance, right? Because there's a lot of digital platforms that come out that you probably have heard from the other workshops, blockchain, e-wallet, digital banking, and these are all prone to security hacks. So insurance company create insurance product to protect these company whenever they're hacker that hack into this platform and get the identities of their customers. So the insurance can pay for that as well. And so to go a little bit deeper, to give everyone a brief picture about what insurers do and what type of player within the insurance industry. So sit at the heart of it is insurance company, or we call insurers. They design the product, they pricing the product, and they do the marketing so that people know about the product, know about the insurance company. They do underwriting, which is to determine which is the appropriate fee for the customer, or if this customer can be insured or not. Right? For example, if you have existing disease, you might not be able to purchase insurance, or even your car is too damaged, you might not be able to purchase insurance product. And within insurance company, there's a very important team, which is policy management and claims. This is where most people who have insurance will interact with the insurance company. But when something happens and you need to use your insurance product and claim for it, the department will handle it. And one of the big pieces of insurance company is asset management and investment, because insurers collect fee from a lot of customers, and not everyone needs to claim the money from insurance company. So they need to invest the money elsewhere to generate returns. So a big piece of insurance company do is investment, but they are very conservative in terms of the type of asset that they invest in. So in Vietnam, they mostly invest in government bond, infrastructure project, or deposit. But in other countries, they might be able to invest in stock markets, real estate project, things like that to generate returns. Then it comes the most important piece of the insurance industry is distribution. So insurers typically will rely on third party to distribute their product. They can be agents, they can be brokers. Recently, very hot in Vietnam is banks started selling a lot of insurance products to their customers. And in the digital age, we also see others players that come in to distribute insurance product as well. If you use Momo, you probably see insurance product there that you can purchase. E-commerce platform like Tiki, Shopee, Lazada, they also start to distribute insurance product. So we see that insurers, they rely a lot on different parties to provide their product to the market. And the final piece of the insurance value chain is reinsurers. This is probably that most people never heard of. These are really big companies. And what they essentially do is provide protection to the insurance company when there is a catastrophic event that happens. Like, for example, the pandemic, or there is a big storm that caused a lot of people to claim on their insurance policies, and the reinsurers will be behind the insurance company to provide that capital to pay out in those events. And reinsurers play a very important role because any innovation in terms of insurance product from the insurance company need to go through the reinsurers. They need to be okay with the risk, that they were willing to back the risk with their capital, then the insurers can innovate on the insurance products. And so, however, the insurers perform a lot of activity within the insurance industry, but they suffer from outdated system. They're still using core system from the 70s or the 80s, and they are pretty slow in terms of digitalization in terms of their system. And the lack of technology talents because insurance company has not really focused on developing technology, even though they have been in the business for a really long time. And so that's why when Bain Digital do research across insurance company in the world, digitalization priorities for insurance company, they all want to focus on internal productivities. So that they can do things on system and do things in automated. So things like automation in claims, automation in client interactions, automation in the underwriting. And so because of that slow digitalization, it gives opportunity for new wave of insurance companies to come in and help insurance company faster this pace. And so that's the next topic I'm going to talk about is how insurtech can provide value within the industry and what role do insurtech play. And so from the value chain, right, insurtech focus on different parts of the value chains. Some of them focus on product development, pricing, with advanced data analytics and big data to help insurance company better price the product, develop new type of product like phone insurance that has never existed before. So they need a lot of data to do it. So there are some insurtech that help insurance company to do that. But the majority of the insurtech is focusing on the marketing and distribution. So they build out solutions that help insurance company that can reach customer in new ways, right? For example, through e-wallet, through e-commerce platform, through comparison sites. So a lot of focus are in there because the insurance are facing a very difficult time trying to reaching the new generations of consumers with their offline channels. And then lastly, some of the insurance company will focus on the management and the claim side, providing automation software for the insurer so that they can streamline the insurance process inside the insurance company. And so from that spread of insurtech across industry, there are three main types of insurtech. The first one being pure tech providers, so insurtech company that develop software for insurance companies. Secondly, insurtech that try to distribute the insurance product. And thirdly, we have a few insurtech that actually have the insurance license and they are insurer themselves. So for tech provider, like I said, they provide software for insurance company. Most of them focus on high tech, either in AI, machine learning, to help insurers streamline and automate their internal process. Distributor platform you can see it in the form of comparison sites. Go there a few years ago. Some insurtech would develop their own network of agents, but give them digital tools to sell better to the consumer. And you have the insurance enabler that help platforms to introduce insurance onto their platform. Because insurance is complicated, so platform like Tiki or Momo, they might depend on an insurance enabler to help them put insurance product on their platform and the customer can purchase. And then insurtech carriers is very difficult. Only in a few countries that insurtech can get the license from the regulations because insurance is a very highly regulated industries. So those are the three main types of insurtech that we normally see. And this is the spread of that. Majority, as I said, is focusing on tech solutions or become a distributors of insurance company. Only very few are insurtech carriers themselves. So one example of insurtech and how we might help insurance companies in the claim process. So the traditional way, typically the customer download the form, you fill it out, you mail it in, and then you wait for the result. And that could take 7 to 10 days, sometimes up to a month. But with the help of insurtech company, insurers have access to online digital platform where the customer can submit it online, fill it out online, submit it digitally and get the result right away or in a very short period of time, thanks to technology like OCR, AI, and machine learning. So that's just a small example of how insurtech can help insurance company bridge the gap with their customers. And insurtech scene in Vietnam, even though it's still nascent, but we do have a lot of companies that are in the playing field and each is focusing on different things. These, as you can see here, are all insurtech Vietnamese-based company. Some of them has been successful in raising funds, but we also have a lot of international insurtech that go into the Vietnam market, set up their business here. So the insurtech market in Vietnam is very exciting. We have a lot of players coming in because Vietnam is a very promising market and the digitalization is planned to disrupt. And so to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that insurtech might face. Firstly, is on the insurance digital adaptations because each insurance company have different speed of improving their digital platform. Our core system when they want to update their core system, it's very costly, similar to bank. So it's a very slow process for them to update their own system. Secondly, because of that outdated system, it's very difficult for insurtech company to integrate into the insurance company. Like, for example, if you build out a platform that you want to sell insurance product from the insurance company, it could take months for you to build integration with the insurance company, wait for them to develop their own system. And most of the flow inside the insurance company is not digitalized yet. Like, you cannot really give the e-policy to the customer, or the customer can instantly purchase the insurance product. Because customer nowadays, they expect a digital flow. Like when you use a new wallet, when you purchase an item from e-commerce platform, you want it to be instant, and you want to complete the entire purchase flow. However, within the insurance company, some of the flow are not yet digitalized, and you cannot really provide that end-to-end digital customer experience. And then finally, as the insurance industry is very new to digitalization, there is very little standard across insurance companies. So each insurance company, they build it differently. Every time you integrate with a new insurance company, you have to adapt to their standard. So there's no standard across the insurance company on how we should digitalize the insurance process. And then finally, is on the regulation side. In Vietnam, the insurance law is 20 plus years old law. So it's pretty long ago since the insurance industry started. But the good news is that the Parliament of Vietnam has decided to pass the new insurance law that will come into effect in the next 2 years. So there will be changes to the law that adapt to the new age of digitalizations. However, still lack of guidance in terms of how we can do digital insurance transactions. And so we will really support the regulator to instruct most insurance companies and insurance tech on how we can conduct digital transactions. And finally, insurance industry is all about data, but we lack of centralized databases for health, car, for life. So one example is like in banking, you have the CIC that have a centralized database of credit of everyone in Vietnam to make it easier for banks whenever they decide that whether they can issue a credit card or a loan to someone. However, with insurance, we don't have that type of centralized database to provide insurance to the customers. And so I think just on time for the sessions. Hopefully that can give you a brief overview of the industry as well as how insurance play a role within the industry. Happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. Or if the moderators receive any questions from the audience, I'd be glad to know.
Thank you, Mr. Hong Fan. We're waiting for our audience questions. Please have your question posted in the Slido, and Mr. Hong, I bet you would be very happy to answer your audience concern.
Sure.
And Mr. Hong, you can see, can you see the question posted in Zoom chat? Or you can look up into the Slido link.
I can see a lot of questions.
Yeah, if you can see the questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. I try to address in the time frame. So the first question is, what do we think the future of venture capital industry, the insurtech, is going to be? So I would say that the insurtech industry is receiving a lot of interest from venture capital. So from both local and international, they are very eager to invest in insurtech companies because the industry is huge and there's a lot of opportunities for insurtech to provide values to anyone involved. The next question is, how do you think emerging technologies like blockchain and AI will impact the insurance industry in the future? So we see a lot of application in AI within the insurance industry to automate the process within the insurance company, things like underwriting to claim management, to replace human to do the work. Blockchain has a lot of promise within the insurance industry, but it's difficult in terms of adaptations within the stakeholders. But I do believe blockchain will play a vital role for the insurance industry, especially smart contract that will impact the industry. For the details, I can chat with you later on. Next one is, why do you think the insurance industry is still seen by some as a second-rate career versus other more glamorous industry like banking or management consulting? Yeah, that's true. Before insurance, I actually was in banking and I never really thought of a career in insurance before. But by chance, I got an opportunity to work with. I think it's still a very obscure industry. Like not a lot of people know what insurance does, what type of product, and what type of value the insurance company bring to the society. And so it's not as seen as being an exciting career, but I think for the next few years to come, with new development, a lot of exciting things happen in the insurance industry. People will find that career in insurance very viable and actually learn a lot from it. Could you try to share about some of the major trends in the insurance market? The major trend is that a lot of players now provide distribution platform for insurers. I would say the majority of insurance is focusing on that. Either building their own comparison site, or building digital tools for agents to sell better, to building platforms that enable either companies like e-commerce or e-wallet to distribute insurance products. What is your take on the legal and regulatory framework for insurance at the moment? I would say it's pretty limited at the moment. It's really still focusing on the traditional insurance company. Even though the law says that want to introduce digitalization into the insurance industry for insurtech, but there has not been clear guidance on that yet. So hopefully when the new law comes up, we see a lot more guidance and some of framework for insurtech. AI and machine learning are the core technologies of the insurtech industry. However, AI and can sometimes have a bias and it affects the performance of the product. It's true that AI and ML can have bias when implemented in the insurance industry, especially when it comes to claim. That's why a lot of implementation of ML in the insurance industry still need human observations to correct for those bias. Because we don't want to pay wrongly for the customer, or we don't want to pay for the wrong persons. So there's still a long way to train the AI and ML in the insurance industry. We need a lot of human observation over the model to ensure that we can remove the bias as we improve the model. What this question is related to the venture capital that I talked about. Let me see if this is any questions. And so I just saw about my voice. Sorry about that. But I think I have gone through the question list that is posted into the Zoom chat. So let me just answer any additional questions.
Thank you so much. Well, you have addressing our question like so fast and so informative. I think that you have walked us through a very eye-opening workshop about InsurTech. Like for me, I haven't known about InsurTech and about the landscape or also the scale, but now I know that beside health, we have more than just insurance for health, but we also have for other business and between corporation and also our objects like at home, like motorbikes and real estate stuff. So thank you so much for your workshop. And we wish you all the best and in good health. So right now, our audience, we will go to workshop 2. Mr. Kikva, If you are ready, please have your camera turned on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very loud and clear. So now I will leave the stage for you, Mr. Gikor. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Really excited. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. You see my screen, right? Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Kik. I'm currently the Vice President of Customer Experience in Timo. And really excited to be here today. And today our topic is about how digital bank and how customer-centric approach is making a difference for Timo. So our agenda is this is our agenda. We're talking about the challenge we're facing first, then what is our strategy, and how can Timo differentiate from the obstacle. And the last is Q&A section. So if you have any questions, just post on the chat. Okay. So a little bit about Timo. Timo is the first and leading digital bank in Vietnam. We started Timo like 6 years ago, and we're aiming for our mission is to enable people to stay on top of their finance and live the best possible life. So what's the challenge of the digital bank that we're facing today? As you may know, banking is one of the how do we say? Banking is in this the very special and one of the most impact industry to our business, to our economic. So that's why that banking need a lot of like rules and regulation. Is really complicated to protect them and the customer. Like banking, we have a lot of money in there, right? So a lot of security risk and fraud, cyber attack. Today is like every day make it happen, and one of the other problem is that leaking the user data increase a lot. Banking have to be like the most and the highest trust to the customer, because the customer, that's why the customer give their money to us, right? So, but the problem is that we in Vietnam, we still have not yet have complete the legal framework for digital banking. Like the e-wallet legal framework is already there. So around 8 years ago, and we can see after we have the legal framework, the playground is ready, and how we can see how the e-wallet right now and like impact to our daily life, like Momo and Zalo Pay right now. So if you go to the store in Ho Chi Minh or Hanoi or Da Nang and you're asking for Momo and Zalo, they don't have it. It's quite weird, right? The second challenge that we're facing is now is the Vietnam is our generation is right now is that we get really well trained by other consumer app like TikTok, like Facebook, like our own the app like Grab. We using it really easy, and due to the pandemic, we right now like own that trend as well more well. So right now the old lady and know how to make an online order, right? Before that, she refused to learn how to use it. And right now, even the first grade, that you have to know how to using the learning from learning online. We haven't facing that on our generation before, but now they all know how to use it, and that makes the customer expectation, raise the customer expectation and behavior a lot. So that's the second challenge we're facing right now. So, but to summarize the challenge that we're facing, we on digital bank for digital bank right now is that the most problem that we're facing is that how to find the right balance between the legal regulation and the innovation. Another thing is that the security versus the easy and convenient for customer. So you can see like everything like going up, and if the expectation goes up for the expectation goes up, the quality of the app goes up, the quality of the services go up, everything goes up, and somehow leave the bank industry behind. So the question is, how can we serve them, serve the customer better, and how do we keep learning about the demand when the world's changing faster than ever, right? So that's the challenge. Let's take a little bit about the opportunity. We even that the challenge is right there. We're facing them every day. This lab in our face every day, every hour. But they still have an opportunity for us to, if we look at carefully for the economy, you can see that Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economy. Where GDP is average 6.5% annually, and more important thing is that the credit and retail sales have grown more than 30% in 2020 and almost 12% in 2021. And you can see that credit and retail is like a backbone of our economy. And if the credit and retail is growing, there is an opportunity for us to selling something for growing something there. Again, another thing is that demographic. Vietnamese is youthful population, like 49% is population is younger than 30, and they got really well trained about how to use the technology service and technology product. Right now, everybody, like I say, the student in 6 years old, they know how to learn online, and an old lady refuse to use the online order right now, have to learn to go through the pandemic challenge. And like millennial and Gen Zs, we know how to use all the digital products really well. And one other thing is that that every year the 2 million in Vietnam is join the middle class. We can say that the middle class, when they earn more money, the credit and retail, the economies go better. They earn more money. They may have a need that to make sure that they know how to use their money, how to manage it. And the last thing is for our opportunities in banking. In Vietnam, we have quite a lot bank, 39 local bank, 19 foreign bank, West 4 big state, all banks, and the card market is going up. We have seen that before the pandemic, the QR code, QR payment is quite popular in e-wallet, but after some people who don't have the e-wallet, they don't know how to use the QR payment. But right now, almost everyone know how to use the QR code, right? You have to go to anywhere without using the QR code, to just scanning for health vaccine, right? And the last is the digital banking increase like 200% annual pace. Like 6 years ago, it's only Timo. Right now, we have a lot of digital banking joining to the market. So where do we go? Where will we go? Like I mentioned before, 6 years ago, it's only Timo running for the digital bank, but now have a lot, and the line between the digital and traditional bank continuously blurring in the future. Right now, that all the bank have, like most of the banks have image, but start to implement the some of the special feature of that digital bank. You have like eKYC. Now you can have like go to the open a bank account without go to the branch or something like that. And like you might hear that the term of like digital transformation is like go everywhere. And when during the pandemic, that digital transformation that's showing that is a must. That's not nice to do anymore. Well, when you see that when our government is implement the digital transformation for our vaccine, declare the vaccine, something like that, right? And the second thing is that customer-centric mindset is right now is the best advice. People like just imagine that if you bring up the service of the bank into like the 5-star hotel or the resource, is gonna be what would it be? Do the customer still want to go to your hotel or resource? Absolutely not. And the bank service today have people don't wake up in the morning and dreaming going to the bank, right? They wake up and thinking about a trip, buying a house, and send the kid to this university, taking care of their life, of their financial. And the bank and the financial service is like key role to enabling like this. And that means that we have to have to understand the customer more. We have to serve them more. Why the own the expectation and is already goes up and somehow the technologies help us to make it more seamlessly and more closely to serve that the customer. So right now that the serving customer is and making them specify is the key of our competitive, right? You can see like if you look at the banking product is across the bank, it's quite look the same. But what makes the customer choose to use this bank or not, that is all about the experience, how we serve them, how we treat them, and do we make them how many times that we make them frustrated, do we empathize with them with their problem? Do we show that that we are really trying to solve their customer, bring the value to them, or just let them there? So customer centric mindset is the best. That's why. And I say it's about a mindset. Customer centric is about a mindset, not a tool or not a framework or something like that. It's about a mindset that we're thinking about a customer, thinking about like really empathy for their problem, for their emotion that they're facing, and that's the only way, the best advice that we can serve them better. Another thing that will help us to go to it be a very important part is the innovation. Technologies like right now, one of the things that when the customer have the need and they're growing really fast, so how do we can have the technology help us to scale to like serve them better, cut down the line? Have you guys have my hearing about the Netflix? The reason the customer choosing Netflix is very simple. They watching the Netflix and never have to wait to loading or something like that. That's the one of the biggest thing that the technologies can have us to serve the customer better and have us to be different with the other competitor in the market. And good ideas, I say, good ideas everywhere, but another challenge is that's how do we leverage the technologies to really like serve and offer the value for the customer. It's all about execution. And there's some experiences from Vietnam. First digital bank is the 5 learning that we have learned for last 6 years. number one is that building the business around a timeless principle. And what is the principle is that selling what the customer need. Offer them what they really want, what create the value for them. And another thing is that make it the only way that you can do that is have to understand them, really empathy with them. And innovative, second, innovating is a process. It's not a one-time project. Well, like we can every year that we're waiting for the new iPhone or the new technologies, and it's all about innovating. The customer need is always change. Everything is changing, and we just have like one-time project and just give them one time and then here. And what we can do anymore, right? Innovating and have the process happen every day, and it has to be customer centric. It have to be mindset to make we have like to do it every day, every hour. And another thing is that you won't win because of the technologies go along, but you may lose because the customer come to us. It's not because of like our technologies is the best thing ever that we have seen, or the best tech they have like not come to the bank because it's just the AR, VR, or something like that. They come to us because we have them, we empathize with their problem. We have a solution for them, and it really create a value for them. And really have them to solve the problem, not just because the technology we own. The number 4 is dogma have nobody, and customer focus believing something that already set up by like legacy from other people is not really have nobody. If we still believe that going open a bank account, you have to go to the bank account. You have to go to bank branch and showing your face and your ID, and we have to fill in all the form and sign your signatures, because that really prove that you are the real person. You're not cheating. You're not fraud. If we still believe that, so right now I think we might be don't have the digital bank. We don't have the T-Mobile right here. That we believe that we need to challenge everything, because we need to challenge it, not because that we want it, but because that does it really, like I said before, does it really thing change, and what is the right balance between the legal regulation and innovation? Does that still have like any like all the obstacle all the way to look at the problem, and does that really like bring up offer the customer value instead of just like to just keep up the legal and regulation because it's somebody told us that it have to be like that. And the last thing is that the banking is a high responsibility and high trust, is it? Yeah, that's obviously right, and that's make the trust and responsibility business have like customer. That's the reason customer choosing us and give their money to us. And everything I say before, right now you may realize that all about the customer. We have to like really empathize again, really empathize and faith, or like on the same side with the customer. We facing with the same problem with the customer, so that we can have like offer them the best value. And from all of this, so how can T-Mobile distance from the obstacle? For the first T-Mobile at glance. So right now we are right now one of the digital bank that completely retail banking finances suite. So we have current saving account, we have the term deposit and investment. So you you guys can buy the open fund on Tmall. We have the credit card, debit card, law, insurance, and investment, and more on just one app. We also have the early adopter for the eKYC for 100% of digital onboarding and user authentication, and the only bank for innovate around physical present with a hybrid coffee shop transaction point called Hangout. So if you have a chance, can go to the Hangout and try our service. Like I said before, if we bring up the current banking service to the 5-star hotel or resort, you're gonna be got fired. But what if that we bring up the experience that 5-star hotel or the resort bring to our banking service? And that's what we call Hangout right now. And we already in Ho Chi Minh, Hanoi, Cần Thơ, Da Nang, and virtually nationwide. So right now with the Tmall, you can cash withdraw with any ATM in Napas, any ATM like 20,000 ATM, Napas ATM in Vietnam, free fee. And another thing is that best in class team and partner financial package. This is really important, so I have to repeat it again. So you won't win because the technology is wrong. So you can say that the customer will never say I choose Tmall because of my bank use a microservice or no SQL. If you guys have learning in technology, you might familiar with the SQL analytic or something like that. And or I don't use the Tmall because they are written in Swift. Or even a bank which is hot in the cloud. There's thing that no customer have ever said. but all of them are true and really important to have us to serve our customer better. So that means the technologies cannot just go along and offer to the customer. We have to use the right question, and is how do we can use and leverage the technologies to leverage and to have the customer solve the problem. In Tmall, we actually not really focus on the feature, but more we looking for what is the use case and what is the product story for the customer. Like in the past, during the lockdown, we have launching the feature called Tmall Pay with Link. So that allow you can create a link to and send to the person, so that person can claim the money into their bank. The receiver that can easily to choose whatever the bank want to claim the money. So, but we don't just telling that story to our customer. What we're gonna do is that we going a lot of interview with the customer to ask them what is the best scenario, or what is the best case that you might think that you think that the Tmall Pay with Link is will help you a lot. And that all the story when we roll out with all that feedback from the customer, when we roll out, that really come true. They use the Tmall Pay with Link, and like that moment we know that Zalo Connect is really one of the platform to helping the people having helping each other. And they actually Tmall Pay with Link is actually one of the best tool that they use to have the customer. And you can see that our customer using Tmall Pay to just stick to the rival. Why not having their bank account, but we have the phone number, just send them a link and then claim the money. Or a lot of family just locked down in in the city and we don't know who their bank account. We just give them a link and have them share the difficult situation with them. And again, it's all about create the emotional connection, call to action, and product value to the customer. And it's all we everything right here that we just make we create by just one simple action is that talking to our customer. We found out that a lot of customer right there, right behind that, waiting for us to get in touch with them and talking to them so that they can share. They have a lot of idea. They have a lot of things that Timo can do it better. And all the thing that we can do is just connect with them and ask them, and they're gonna share with us a lot of insight so that we can serve them better, serve other customer better. And the last thing that we make the team more distant, the obstacle is that utilize the digital ecosystem, our digital ecosystem right now. So right now that one of the things that traditional banks do is that they open a lot of branch so that the to show up their present and the customer can know them. But our partnership with 7-Eleven is really important. Let's say one bank can open 1,000 of the branch, but maybe some more year that 7-Eleven is already have like 1,000 of store, and that can be Timo present and the touch point of the Timo customer. That might be the touch point to the bank so that they can withdraw the money, they can make the bank transaction instead of to having go to the real like branch that costs us a lot of money. So that's it. That's my presentation. So any question for me?
Hi guys, please post your questions and our team will collect it and send to the guest speaker. Mr. Gig, you can see the question posted into your chat in the Zoom.
Yeah, so the first question is the number one risk of bank today is security. Whatever cyber security or otherwise is something they're really concerned about. To compare with a standalone online bank could find a partner to support them. How to identify the suitable digital partner that will not create a challenge for bank in terms of risk management regarding the security. Thank you for your question. To answer the question is about how to like select the right partner. So we can say that our partner is have the very good reputation. Meanwhile, they are serving our customer, right? So actually, is that identify the suitable customer digital partner is that just go back to our slides about the customer. What is our partner, digital partner or offer for customer? Does that suitable for the customer? That we're gonna find out through on the interview with the customer. Is what is the value for the customer and what is the pain point we're trying to serve them. So if the our partner is really like skin in the game with the customer, so that is one of the most important things that we're looking for from the digital partner. So any more question? Okay. So the next question is costly to standardize the data between a few across the different platform and our ecosystem, supplier, buyer, warehouse, service provider, how to make the processes more effective and affordable. Okay, so once again, it's all about we not trying to reinvent the wheel, right? So one of the important things that we make meanwhile to optimize the process effective and affordable is that we making the research and asking our customer. So all the processes effective and affordable is we're gonna be like create the value for customer, and we have to answer the question that the solve the problem. That the giving up work for us to the value for the customer is work for us to sometimes the effective and affordable is not the first priority. It's all about the value that we create to our customer. The data is between the few across different platforms is like important, but again, what is the value that create for our customer? That might be we have the core value in Timo is that do not mistake the tree and the forest. Sometimes that it's not, it's saying about the focus and sometimes it's not the effective and affordable is important, but sometimes it's not. It's just a tree in the tree. It's not a forest. So again, back to my principle from the when we start. Does that work for our customer value? So thank you for everyone for listening. It's my pleasure.
Okay, I guess that is the last questions that we all have for you. Thank you, Mr. Kipper. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining the forum today. From your sharing, I believe there are absolutely so many challenges to pose to the digital bank industry, but we also see like on the bright side many opportunities. And with you sharing the story of how Timo becomes so successful today, we have so many advices that we learned from you, and so thank you so much for joining us. And we wish your company and you all the best. Bye bye, and thank you.
Bye bye.
Next up, we are proud to have Ms. Linh Huang from Binance to give us a workshop on Binance Smart Chains. Ms. Linh Huang, welcome. Welcome again. We're very excited to have a workshop on Binance Smart Chain. Thank you. If you're ready, you can share your slide.
Okay, let me share my slide. Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. Oh no, it's not this one.
It's okay. You can take your time.
Do you have my slide? Can you turn on the slide for me?
Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. We will have our team share the slide for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Miss Lin, before we start, we can start with an introduction about you. Like, how are you doing these days? Sorry, Miss Lin, you are still on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, hold on. I found out how to set a slide, so I just do it now. You don't have to do it.
Oh,
for me.
yeah. Okay, cool. So we can start with the workshop on Binance Smart Chain.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are. So my name is Lin Hon. I'm a Southeast Asia Director for Binance. And today I would like to give the quick overview about Binance Smart Chain, we are often called as BSC. So first of all, what is Binance Smart Chain? Binance Smart Chain is actually the blockchain that developed by Binance Chain community and is run parallel with Binance Chain. Binance Chain is launching in 2019 and BSC launching in 2020. So both Binance Chain and BSC actually operate side by side. So it means that BSC is not really layer 2 or off-chain scalability solution. It's an independent blockchain that could even run even though if Binance Chain went offline. So because of that, we call dual technology as it can be very strong resemblance or design standpoint. And also because BSC is compatible with EVM, so that's make it easier for Ethereum developer to post their project and switch that from Ethereum to BSC. For user, it means that, and from the user standpoint, that application like MetaMask can be easily configured to work with BSC as well. So that's the quick introduction about BSC. Now I will go into the detail. So today, there will be 4 sessions that I would like to share. One is about vision, mission, and goal of BSC. The second one is the key milestone and highlight. The third one will be the 1 billion roll fund that we just launching recently in a few months ago. And another one is the collaboration and opportunity, how you can work with BSC. So the mission and vision and goal for BSC. So our vision is very clear. We aim to build a blockchain financial infrastructure that can be unlock the internet of value. And another one is our mission is want to provide a full-fledged environment for building high performance and decentralized application. And our goal is we want to accelerate the adoption of digital assets and blockchain technology. So why the project? Why entrepreneur or startup should build on BSC? There are four characteristics. So the first thing, we are BSC secure and high performance multi-chain. So far, we actually have more than 1 million daily active users, more than 13 million daily transactions, and we had zero downtime for more than a year. And we had a dedicated consortium side chain that we can flash scale the GameFi project. And the second one is that our chain, the interoperability and composition. That means we can bi-directionally interoperability between different chains like BSC mainnet to BSC sidechain or BSC and other blockchain. And the third one is we had a powerful DeFi innovation. It's a secure, trustless, and holistic DeFi infrastructure to meet the demand of financial innovation from different areas like lending and fragmentation and gaming. And the last one is important as well. We are regulatory and compliant. So we are fully compliant chain. We're working with CipherTrade and TRM Lab to do the regular AML analysis, and we are proactive compliant. We had a proactive compliance strategy. And sorry for the typo on the Ethereum. And this is the key milestone and highlight that we are compare between Ethereum and BSC. So Ethereum actually launching on July 2015. That is several years ago. But BSC just launching last year, September 2020. But right now, in terms of the app, we are almost half of Ethereum. And from the highly daily active user, we actually have more than Ethereum. Ethereum has less than 1 million highly daily active user, but we have almost 2 million daily active user by on the data October 2021. And we had a high transaction record daily. We have more than 13 million transaction record daily by July 2021, while Ethereum only less than 2 billion for transaction record. And especially on the gas, it's very cheap. We are only 33 cents, but for Ethereum, it will be $17. It's very difficult for the project if they want to scale due to the gas fee so high. And on the average lock time side, it takes Ethereum 13 seconds, but for BSC only 3 seconds. And we are in terms of interoperability, we are also compatible with Ethereum. And we do also have the native stablecoin called BUSD, and VAI is similar to Ethereum. They have USDC and DAI. And in terms of token economic, would be very important. Ethereum is inflationary, but for BNB it's non-inflationary, especially if people have Binance coin, they know that every quarterly we will burning our coin. So we will keep burning until we only have 1 million BNB. So that's a very, very different between two chains. And this, you can see that our ecosystem is very growing and have covered multiple areas from wallet to decentralized exchange, yield farming, lending, borrowing, infrastructure, stablecoin, insurance. And remember the fact that we are only just 1 year old. And on Binance Academy, if you already had a Binance, you know that we have Binance Academy as well. It's free resource for everyone that can go there and learn about crypto and blockchain. For a year, we have published more than 300 articles in regard BSC, and we do have several languages. Vietnamese, one of the language. And Telegram, we have more than 70,000, right now, more than 70,000 active users on Telegram, and more than 1.3 million follower on Twitter, and we have more than 600 channel on the course. And we also have for the validator, we have 21 validator for now. So hackathon and global footprint, actually we are quite active in growing the blockchain ecosystem, not only in Southeast Asia, but also in the world as well. For a year, we host more than 50 session AMA and event, and we run the event and hackathon more than 20. And for Learn and we do have hot the session for Learn and Earn more than 10. Especially in Vietnam, we had 3 very big events that we already done. One is the Vietnam Blockchain Day in April. Another one is Vietnam Super Blockathon in May, and the recent one is the NFT and Vietnam NFT and GameFi Expo in August. And we also run the blockchain and hackathon in Europe and South Asia and as well as Africa. And we will continue to do more and more in 2022. And this is a very exciting news for the community. So last few months, we recently announced that we are launching 1 billion Row Fund. I do believe that this kind of fund, this fund should be one of the biggest one for the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. So this will be include 4 sessions. One is the 1 million fund will be for talent development. The other 100 million fund will be for liquidity and incentive program. And another 3 million fund will be for builder and incubation program. And the last 500 million fund will be for investment program. I can go in the detail. So for the 100 million talent development fund, our objective is bringing more talent in Web3 ecosystem, and we will host future leader about blockchain and cryptocurrency. What we do, we will offer educational and training program, and we will collaborate with institutional high learning and the research and development lab as well to use this fund. And for the 300 million for builder and incubation program, we are planning to support the builder and the app. So we want to incubate and grow the top 100 most innovative and fastest growth decentralized app. The money will be banned for the Build Reward program or MVP program that have been a project in Vietnam already applied to MVP and got successful. For the MVP one, I believe that the project that's successful from Vietnam in Long Zone. And for the MVP 2, we had two projects that went into the top final. It's the My DeFi Best and Faraland. And for the MVP3 is happening right now, and we had several monthly MVP monthly star from Vietnam, and we should know the final one in November. We will announce the winner. So very excited about that. And this money also will use for hackathon and also for bounty program. Here the link on the slide. You can go ahead and take a look. And for the 100 billion liquidity incentive program is the objective. We want to provide the sustainable liquidity and the user role. So we focus on the three categories. First one with for DeFi protocol, the second one for gaming and NFT project, and the other one for DeFi market maker and LB. So this one we offer the gas fee rebate and also technology support for the entrepreneur that want to build the project on BSC. And for the 500 million investment program, our objective very clear. We want to accelerate the mainstream adoption and this group specific industry sector. So the sector that we are focusing right now is decentralized computing, GameFi, DeFi, and SocialFi. And this one, I want to go specific a little bit about the most valuable builder program. It's the we will finish the MVP3 by the end of this month. And this one, so every month we had a monthly star. We will decide the monthly star, and 32 projects will be selected out of more than 300 submissions. That means we will pick about top 10% into the final one. And the project that will be listed, we will provide the result like listing on CoinMarketCap and a lot of PF, and provide the opportunity for the BR like improve visibility, user engagement, spotlight, AMI, and so on, and offer the matching for mentor and mentee as well. In this MVP3, there are so many GameFi projects from Vietnam that successful in BSC. And case for talent development focus, we go ahead for 2022. We build a university relationship and to add the foundation to establish a good relationship with reputable university. RMIT should be one of them, and community and for community as well. We want to build a strong crypto and blockchain generation by fostering the strong developer and user communities. And on the innovation side, we want to embrace innovation and new idea and talent just in this way. And the collaboration opportunity, we provide the fund support and also sponsor for campus event, and also the maybe campus recruitment. We can recruit intern and some opening jobs and do some kind of career also at some university as well. This is the appendix that you can see is from Coin98. It's one of the projects from Vietnam and have very successful launch based on Binance. It's the graph from them. You can see that the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem, even though less than a year, but it's growing very significantly. And from lending, wallet, stablecoin, yield farming, launch back, blockchain, assets, insurance, option, merging, future, payment, Oracle, derivative, tooling, infrastructure, and the desk for liquidity is a massive growing. So if you guys are at NFT and came in as well, more majority of the project are from Vietnam. Yep, that's it for me. And if you want to got any update about Binance Smart Chain, you can follow us on Twitter. And now it's time for question. If you guys have any question, I'm happy to answer the question right now. And if you guys can ask me, contact me on LinkedIn or Twitter later, and I will answer you guys. But I do have some question for the audience who watching the AMA, who watching the workshop today as well. I had two questions. Wonder if the moderator or the MC can help me to add the question to the audience, and
yes, sir.
The audience answer the right. Okay, so if we got the right answer, I will say now the crypto gift card to each winner around $25 for each winner. So my first question is, where the term metaverse coming from? That is my first question. Hello, MC, are you there, Nguyen?
Yes, I already posted your question in the chat box. Everyone, if you see it, let's answer it. Ms. Lin already promised to give a gift card for those who get the correct answers. Thank you for your generosity, Ms. Lin.
And the second question that I would ask is, tell me the five game project that's building on BSC and from Vietnam. You guys will have 10 minutes to answer that. Instead, people will Google link. So by 3:30, if I got the right answer, I will happy to send you guys the gift card.
So I would like to repeat your question to ensure that is correct. You're asking the 5 projects coming from Vietnam that is on BSC, right?
Yep.
Thank you
And it's
for your
related to the GameFi category.
I see. Okay.
And they will have until 3:30. It's been 10 minutes from now. I think somebody raising the hand, but I'm not sure who.
We're seeing a hand from Evo Châu Jung. Okay, you can answer directly to Ms. Lin.
Okay, hello. My answer for the first question is the term metaverse is from an author called Neil Stephenson. He was a science fiction writer who called the term metaverse in his novel Snow Crash. Hope that was correct.
Ms. Lin, wow. Very great that you get the answer correctly. Thank you, Châu Jung, for your answer. You have a gift from Ms. Lin, our diamond sponsor.
Should I answer the second question too?
I think we would like to give this opportunity to other audience who are watching the live stream too. So I see another hand here from Dr. David Pham. Hi, Dr. David Pham. You can unmute yourself and answer. Hi, Dr. David. If you hear me well, you can unmute yourself and answer which question that you have the answer on. Other participant, if you have the answer, you can either type in the chat box or you can raise your hand too. Okay, I see another hand raising from Yan Nguyễn Công. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. You can answer directly by unmute.
Yes, hello. I'm Yan.
Hi.
I found that only Binance Machine have defined the most promising project that the Pancake Swap is the most famous that usually used. The other maybe Venus, Auto Farm, Pancake Bunny, and Biffy Cannon. Is it correct?
Oh, actually, my question is the top 5 GameFi project from Vietnam that on BSC.
Oh.
So the GameFi project from Vietnam that they join the BSC MVP program. So I'm looking for another answer. There are 3 people or 4 people raising the hand right now.
Yeah, so should we go with Jace Jung? You can unmute yourself and answer. Hello, Jace, if you hear as well.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
So the top 5 NFT games on Binance Smart Chain would be Crypto Mines, Binary X, Crypto Bay, Zoo, and Metaverse Miner.
I'm looking for the GameFi project from Vietnam though.
Yeah, the second question is about GameFi and it must be from Vietnam. So you can revise the projects and maybe we'll have another audience from the, oh, I just saw you. Okay, we have Yahui from UEH. You can unmute yourself.
I'm gonna guess it's a Crypto Blade, My DeFi Pet, Veroland, Twinsy, wait, hold up. And Vero Farm, is that right? Yeah.
You got 3 answers right. My DeFi Bet, Veroland, Twinsy, but the other one is not from Vietnam. CryptoLite and Vero, and the other one that you just mentioned is not from Vietnam. You just need 2 more.
Okay. Well, Expo Game,
Expo Game is not from Vietnam.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think we have to save this opportunity for another audience. So yeah, Khôi Phạm, you can unmute yourself. And thank you, Yahui, for your answer.
Okay, I'll make a try. First one is 90 NFT. The second one is Aspo World. Also a product from the Gosu project. And the third one is Suki MOBA. The fourth one is already answered is Fireland, and so the last one is C10, right?
Actually, Expo World not from Vietnam. I think I will give the gift card to the other one. Minh, I think the other one that he answered 3 correct in my DeFi Bet, Fireland, and Twinsy. It seems that if listing all 5 projects is too difficult, so I will narrow down that and 3 project only. So I think he won the prize, and I will have it. If the time is allowed, I just hand the last question as well. So anyone can tell me by name the product that belong to Binance. So everybody know that Binance is had an exchange, right? Everybody know that Binance is an exchange. But actually, Binance has several products as well. So can you tell me at least 3 name product that from Binance? Binance is a full.
Yeah. 3 other products from Binance, except for the exchange platform, right?
Yep.
Wow, we already seen hands raising. DJ Who from DNC, you can unmute yourself. Roughly, this question is so easy.
Yeah. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I can tell you about Binance Launchpad is the one, and Binance NFTs, and Binance Earn.
And what?
Binance Earn.
Okay, that's correct.
Wow,
Okay.
very precise answer. Yeah. Thank you for your answer. Our winners, please direct to us after the live stream. Do you have any more questions for our audience, Ms. Lee?
Let me thinking the question so I can give the prize to the audience. Okay, I just do the presentation, right? So tell me the 1 billion fund from Binance Smart Chain is split into 4 categories. So tell me about the 4 categories that 1 million fund of Binance, 1 billion fund from Binance Smart Chain that will be in deal for. I just finished the workshop and I mentioned about that as well. So the gift is anyone can answer that. I'll Google it.
Oh, can you repeat the question so I can type in the chat box?
Okay. The question is that we are launching the 1 billion fund on BSC, and I would like to ask the audience if they know that 1 billion fund will be using for what.
Thank you.
Some people are very good at Google. We have 4 people raising the hand right now.
Oh, I'm still typing the question. Wow. Okay. Could you please remind me who raised hand first? I see some new faces here. Do you want to go with?
It's up to you.
Yeah. We have Nguyễn Thị, but you can unmute yourself.
Okay, so
Nguyễn Thị Bích Thủy. Oh yeah, from FPTU. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so my answer is secure and high performance multi-chains.
No. I'm asking for that the 1 billion fund will be split into 4 categories, and the 4 category will be accordingly to a certain amount. So it's not about that. It should be a specific number and specific category.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, I had another question as well. That will be the last question. So you guys had 2 questions to answer. This question is very easy. Who is the founder of Bitcoin and who is the founder of Binance?
Wow.
Very easy.
I guess there will be a lot of hands waiting to
everybody know that. Founder of Bitcoin and founder of Binance, the name.
Wow, a lot of hands. Miss Lin, can you just pick someone that you want to?
Oh, I let you pick. I don't have to pick. You can.
Oh, sure. Okay. So we have Nguyen Mai from BUH.
So, I guess, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah,
so,
very clearly.
The founder of Bitcoin is kind of unknown. Somebody says a group of people, or some people say a person, but we call them or him Satoshi Nakamoto. And the founder of Binance is CS. But his full name is sorry if I cannot pronounce his name correctly. Chang Beng Zhao, right?
Yes, that's correct. You got the right
Very
answer.
detailed.
Okay, he got the right answer.
Congratulations. Well, how many hands we pick more, Miss Lim?
Oh, the other question nobody answered yet. I just asking about the 1 billion fund that how it they split into four category with 4 different accordingly to a different amount. So I just want to know if they people, you guys can use Google. It's available on Google. Wonder if you guys find anything.
Yeah, so if you are going to answer this question, please keep your hand raising. And if you're not, please lower your hand. So we have someone raising here for a very long time, DJ from DNC. Could you unmute yourself? Well, unfortunately, DJ cannot join us, so I will pick another hand. So, Danh Nguyễn Công. Oh, we already picked you, right? I'm not sure. But you can retry. Hi, Yan, are you there? Wow, this question is so hard that people just raising hand, but unfortunately, no answer is coming. So how about moving on to the next audience, we have Long Chung from BKU. Please unmute yourself. Okay.
And so a total 1 billion will be invest in investment, builder program, talent development, and liquidity incentive. So for 500 million will be invest in the builder program for 300 million. Liquidity incentive is 100 million, and talent development is 100 million, and the $500 million is for the rest.
Yeah, that's correct. You got the right answer.
So detailed. Congratulations.
Okay, I finished. We still have time. I think I finished my my workshop already, and we got the 5 winner. And you guys can contact the organizer with your email address, your personal email address, and I will send you the crypto gift card.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lin, for such informative section. And thank you again for being our diamond sponsor. So our winners, if you are lucky, congratulations. Please message us after the live stream. Thank you, Ms. Lin. I wish you all the best and see you on our future events.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Moving up next, our fourth workshop on decentralized finance by Ms. Shasha Mai. Ms. Shasha, are you there? Are you hearing us well? If you're ready, please share your screen. Hi.
Okay. Hello. How is everyone today?
I'm so good. How about you?
Good. Let me share my screen like you said.
Absolutely.
Can you see my screen?
Yes,
okay.
Ms. Shasha.
Great. So I'm Sasha. I'm the head of business development at Kyber Network, and I'm very excited to share about decentralized finance with you guys today. So decentralized finance has a long way to go, but it also is revolutionizing the financial industry in a sense. And so today I'm going to share a little bit deeply about what it's about, what are the opportunities as well as the challenges. And then we'll follow that with some questions and answers. So what is DeFi? DeFi is decentralized finance. It's basically a new financial system built on the blockchain, which is fully open and permissionless, and it doesn't require trusting intermediaries. It utilizes blockchain technology as well as smart contracts. And in DeFi, we have a whole set of financial tools that we would commonly use in the mainstream financial sector, but on the blockchain. So for example, we have some functions such as trading, lending and borrowing, derivatives, insurance, and many other features. So most DeFi projects are built on one blockchain called Ethereum because of the programming language. However, as the space grew and as it scaled, now there are many other blockchains which are also Ethereum compatible, where you can actually bridge your assets between these different blockchains to use the different decentralized apps. And so if we want to take a deeper look into the DeFi world, first, we have to understand the difference between decentralized finance and centralized finance. Centralized finance here does not mean traditional finance. I'm talking about things like centralized exchanges, like Binance, for example, like Coinbase and such. So the difference between them is important because they're actually very different. For example, when I first started trading crypto, I would use Binance. I didn't even know about decentralized finance or MetaMask wallet, for example. So decentralized finance and centralized finance are different in that the way the asset classes are managed. In centralized, it's managed by a company. So you trust the company to hold your finances. In decentralized finance, it's basically managed by smart contracts. So you always hold custody of your funds. No one else does. You hold your private key. You have to be responsible for your private key. And in centralized finance, you just have to choose a trustworthy company to trust all your assets with. So the difference here in this table, centralized finance needs KYC, know your customer information. Whereas I could open a decentralized finance wallet and never have my identity known. One is closed technology, as in I cannot see Binance's code, whereas I can see Kyber's code. Another is that when we first enter crypto, we often have the question, how do I turn my fiat money into crypto, right? So you can't do that with Kyber, for example. You can only do that with centralized exchanges. For example, for Coinbase, you can even connect your bank accounts and then transfer bank account directly into your Coinbase account and there start trading crypto. So is the future decentralized or centralized? This is hard to determine, but the space is changing as we speak. There's more regulators now looking on to crypto because of the enormous gains that they've seen. And in turn, the regulations are affecting several different protocols, which we will get into later in my presentation. But basically, for example, when a government regulates Binance, then the users will then have to give their identity, their information. And when they do that, some users don't want to. Some users will then move to decentralized finance. So is the future centralized or decentralized? It could be polarized. People could then move more towards decentralized finance or not care about all of the advantages of decentralized finance and move to centralized finance. Protocols might have to make a choice. They might have to follow upcoming and new regulations which don't exist yet. So this is all kind of a matter of uncertainty, something we can't predict. And now I want to explain how DeFi or decentralized finance is actually a solution for a very inefficient system for a while now. So what makes the DeFi system stand out from traditional finance? Why would we need it? And how will it change the way we operate in the future? Well, for me, it's hard for me to say finance is traditional in general because it's constantly evolving. From the advent of the internet in the 1990s, when I was born, to fintech, like earlier in the panel today, all of these fintech applications constantly innovating the space with amazing UI and such. I can't call this traditional because of all these innovations. And I would look at decentralized finance as basically the next innovation of our financial system, of our financial order. However, the traditional financial system, given its many innovations to date, there are still many problems with it. For example, there's enormous inefficiency and reliance on human capital. There's decisions made that affect whole economies and affect populations that we don't have a say in sometimes. There are some financial scandals which we might never know about or might never uncover. Even it's hard for them to uncover them because of the lack of transparency. There's also a high cost and slow transaction time comparatively, as well as when you put globalization in mind, then international transactions, for example, will take a very, very long time sometimes and will also be inefficient with inefficient operations and processes. For example, I'm here in Vietnam, I often have to send myself money from my accounts overseas from where I'm from. And when I do that, sometimes I won't receive my money for days and days because of the middleman. And this is not the case with decentralized finance. There's high barriers to entry, which hinder innovation. Innovation is one of the most important things, but with too much of these barriers, for example, the enormous capital necessary to make a new financial company in the mainstream sector, this is really tough. And so on the flip side, with all of this, we have decentralized finance. So decentralized finance as a solution, not as an alternative, but a solution, is an interesting case. With decentralized finance, all transactions are settled almost immediately, even across geographic regions, even across different legal structures, different operational structures. I can send my USDT or my KNC to anyone in the world in almost an instant, unless of course, we're on a very congested network. So most DeFi protocols, most DeFi applications like Kyber Network can operate with little to no human involvement because they're based on smart contracts. It's also fair and fully open and permissionless, which means that no matter who you are, you're treated equally and you have equal access to these financial tools and instruments. Another big factor is that in DeFi, in blockchain, everything is transparent, including the code, including the technology behind the company or service. So for example, if you want to look at how Kyber Network operates, how our exchange operates, you can go straight to the documentation and see everything for yourself. This is also fostering innovation because people can build off of this. They don't have to build from scratch, for example. Like if I wanted to make a company like PayPal, I would definitely have to figure it out on my own and build it, either reverse engineer or build it from the ground up. And so with innovation here, we already have solutions, but now we want better solutions. So all of the brain power can contribute to better exchanges, better solutions, better scalability and such. Another aspect of DeFi as a solution is, of course, the transparency and the immutability. Things are not changed, they're recorded on a distributed ledger system. And so therefore, it's reliable. So all of these actually serve as solutions to what we today have as our traditional financial order or system. Now I want to go into the opportunities. Decentralized finance is fast growing. Just to put things into perspective, total transaction volume on the biggest blockchain increased 2,000% year on year to over $750 billion. Daily active users, which we measure by unique addresses, increased over 81% now to 593,000 users. Of course, this pales in comparison to someone like Momo, who has over 25 million users. So that being said, we still have a long way to go for mass adoption of crypto. However, the good news is that Vietnam is the fastest growing crypto adoption country in the world. So we can also thank Binance for that as well. Now, besides this point, I would also want to note that there are 175 million unique addresses created on the Ethereum network alone. And besides that, there are several other networks now. So it is a pretty big market, but the difference between centralized finance and decentralized finance is that people can have multiple addresses. And so this is not a good number. The daily active user number tends to be a better statistic. And now to NFTs, the most exciting thing of 2021, besides lockdown, is the gaming industry, GameFi and such. We admit that NFTs have contributed a lot to the adoption of DeFi, though there are not any direct use cases. There are many use cases, actually. So we can use them to gamify DeFi applications. For example, staking and farming and earning APY, as an example, is basically what you can do in a game, but it's also a financial function on the blockchain. NFTs are also used in other different DeFi functions, representing ownership, for example, representing collateral to borrow crypto in borrowing and lending protocols. For example, I can own my Cypher NFT or something, and then maybe use that as collateral to borrow some crypto. NFT sales volumes have surged to $2.5 billion in only the first half of 2021. And 4 times that amount in the last 3 months in the third quarter. So this is something we want to adapt and we welcome as there's more popular applications of blockchain technology. Again, in the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned that DeFi is the clearest use case for blockchain technology, but we're very happy to see more applications, and we all love gaming. And Kyber itself, we actually support a lot of these GameFi projects because we are an exchange. And so it's nice to see all of the innovation here in Vietnam. And now that I'm on Vietnam's subject, I want to go into the challenges. So first, we'll go into the challenges in Vietnam itself. Some of the panelists already touched on the challenges of DeFi, but I'll say that in Vietnam, again, like they said, there is no clear regulation on blockchain, and the unpredictability itself is potential risk, right? So we always have to minimize our risk. However, it seems very optimistic because, as Lynn from Binance was saying, the government has recognized blockchain as a key technology in the development of Vietnam and innovation. And so we see that it's probably going to be more of a collaborative development instead of some huge regulatory measures. So leveraging this blockchain technology is a huge opportunity for Vietnam itself, because Vietnam has already shown that it has significant expertise and comparative advantage in this space. We have a lot of people willing to adopt crypto and learning about blockchain development and developing their own projects and such. And we see that this is also going to contribute and help with this regulatory unpredictability. In general, there are other challenges with regard to regulations, as you can see in the news almost every day. However, I want to tell you how DeFi, or decentralized finance, is specifically very special in terms of regulation. It's not like Binance, for example, where it's like a company that within a government, where the government will regulate it in a sense, because only the front end websites can be controlled by governments. But the protocols behind those, the smart contracts themselves, they operate independently without intermediaries or boundaries. Regulation is also different in each jurisdiction, of course. And it's also a good thing, which we welcome in a collaborative sense, because it legitimizes crypto while protecting users at the same time. But what's important is that regulation is done in a right way, which fosters innovation, development, growth, and decentralization. So we welcome regulation, but we welcome it with understanding and education, because oftentimes the regulators themselves don't even know what they're regulating. Unsuitable regulation stems from, again, the lack of understanding. And so, again, we would love to have more dialogue and education for our regulators, for our governments. And I see that actually a lot in Vietnam, for example. Severe regulation would result in a lot of the investments, the talents, the technology, innovation moving to other places in the world. And so that's also something we probably don't want. And then the main barriers for DeFi to further grow, I think this was also touched in the panel before this, education, especially DeFi. Because centralized exchanges, centralized finance, it's pretty easy to understand. You go to the app store, you download the app, you enter your email, your phone number, KYC, and then you can start trading. You can connect to your bank account in some cases. But DeFi is different. DeFi it kind of requires more technological understanding, in a sense that you need to know what MetaMask is when you first go to our website or any DeFi protocol. You need to figure out how to configure all the different chains, the different side chains, the different, other blockchain networks, such as Binance Smart Chain, such as Polygon, Ethereum, Avalanche, and many others. And you have to also understand how to move your assets between those chains. So it's a huge learning curve for a new user. And so that is a challenge for DeFi itself in general, not just in Vietnam. The saturation. Again, you can see all of our codes. You can copy them, you can fork them, you can make your own version of us, even within a month or even within a day. And to do that, it's so easy that it's so saturated. It's so hard to understand all the different protocols and to see who is trustworthy and who isn't, who's reputable, which chain you should be on, where the best opportunities are. There's just so much now that for new users, it's hard to understand everything to begin with. And finally, the saturation will probably lead to some kind of consolidation in a sense. We'll see more of the dominant players, and then the others will probably fade in a sense. Also, the technology itself. When you're building a DeFi application, you have to be very security focused. However, because of trends, a lot of DeFi teams might try to hurry and might try to cut corners. They might not get their security audits, for example. So sometimes it's a trade-off between scalability and security. So Kyber Network itself, I don't know if you know much about it, but it's one of the inventors of decentralized finance. We were actually the masterminds behind Wrapped BTC, bringing Bitcoin to Ethereum so that it could be tradable and used in all of these DeFi applications. We were also the masterminds behind DEX aggregation, where you can go to our website and then trade any token on any DEX in any of the chains we exist on to get the best rates. So a one-stop shop, basically. Another challenge is human resources. As you can see, DeFi, crypto, blockchain, everything is exploding in popularity around the world, and it's saturated. So on one side, we need human resources in marketing, right? Every project has marketing issues because there's so many projects now. And so it's hard to find people that have enough of the experience in the space in general. Devs, developers, for example, there's not as many developers as the market needs. And so projects are constantly struggling to find their talents. And that's why we need people like you who are interested in fintech, interested in decentralized finance and blockchain, to learn about building blockchain applications and such. And also, we welcome you as well to apply to Kyber Network. Besides human resources, again, the bad players and the bad publicity that crypto in general often gets, that DeFi might get sometimes when there are hacks from some project that try to rush too much, when there are situations where people are scammed or some MLM kind of things we like to avoid, but we kind of have to get associated with because a news will write this overarching article about crypto in general, or like, what was it, Squid Game or something. So these are the things that are challenging. And we are here eager to grow and eager to provide solutions to the market. And I believe that if we all work together, centralized finance, decentralized finance, and all of you, then we will have more mainstream adoption. So that's all I have, but I'm open to questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Shasha is open for questions, guys. Please access to the link that we post in the group chat and the comment section on our Facebook live stream and ask our guest speaker. Ms. Shasha, you can look for the questions we collected and send it into your Zoom chat box also.
Okay, I might need you to read them to me, sorry, because I can't find the chat probably.
Okay, sure. I will let you know when the first question is posted. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We are still receiving questions from our team. So our team, if you collect any questions, please send it to me so I can read it. Okay, we're seeing a lot of questions right now. So the first question asked to you is, do you think that it is possible when the government administers the DeFi in banking, it is still decentralized?
I would say that it wouldn't be decentralized, but it depends on how they apply it. It depends. Like they could apply it in a centralized way, thereby being centralized finance, or they could apply it in a decentralized way.
Can you explain more like how can the decentralized way that maybe the government that they can apply it to?
Well, this depends because it hasn't happened yet. But I can imagine that the government could integrate, just like other protocols integrate us, like a bank could integrate our solutions, our swapping solutions into their UI and into their apps, like as a widget, for example, or something that would be more decentralized. But then if they added on the KYC, the logins and such, that would be centralized. So that's why there's something called CDeFi, centralized decentralized finance. However, this is kind of something more into the future. I guess it would be more related to payments as well. But there are multiple ways in which we can do this, but it also depends on the counterparties and the agreements.
Wow, so interesting. Thank you. The second question we have is decentralized system exposed to cyber risk? How it is going to defend against?
Okay, so I discussed the trade-offs. So in DeFi, there are many trade-offs. One trade-off is that when projects want to scale too fast, and maybe they don't have the tech resources to do so, they scale without security in mind. So for example, we have systems where we have very reputable firms, audit firms that will audit your code so that you can trust the code. And there's many different firms that the market trusts and such. However, sometimes there are exploits, there are hacks. Kyber itself has never had one of those. We even have insurance. Some protocols also have insurance. But we cannot say that everyone is perfect. We have to say that it also depends on reputation. It also depends on your trust in the project itself, not just in the smart contract of a new random company. So this really depends as well. But yes, DeFi is also vulnerable to hacks and such. But when hacks happen, because everything is on the blockchain, because everything is tracked, it's easy to track where the funds are going. It's easy to blacklist the address, and it's easy to reissue, you know? So
yeah, I got you. I know that audiences who knows about blockchain also understand that everything is recorded on blockchain, and so it can easily be tracked. So the third, like the last question we have to you is, currently blockchain is just kind of like a money game and doesn't have many practical applications to the global problems. So what do you think about this statement?
I think that it does have practical applications, but it depends on each jurisdiction, and it depends on the pace of each jurisdiction's, I guess, embrace of the technology and embrace of using crypto as a means of payment, as a means of investment. You know, in America, for example, it's probably the biggest crypto adoption country in the world, not the fastest. Vietnam is the fastest. But in terms of crypto adoption, even though it's heavily regulated in America, you see mainstream companies like the biggest e-wallet in the world, PayPal. They have a whole blockchain department. They have crypto services, Venmo, Revolut, Robinhood. They're all starting to adopt crypto. And you see that as an example of ways in which governments can start to adopt it. And you can start to see real applications. Investment right now, yes, but someday when payments come as well, then that can also be a good use case to solve the global problems. And again, like I said, the traditional finance industry has many shortcomings that decentralized finance can fix. For example, inefficiencies and high costs and relying too much on human capital and not being transparent. And so all of these things are big solutions to global problems. And this just requires time.
Thank you so much for addressing the questions in very detail. And I also agree with your answers. And I hope that would be useful for our audience too. So your sharing section is so wonderful. And me, myself, I understood more about the difference between CeFi and DeFi, like thanks to many innovation in the past decades, such as the distributed ledger system. Now we've seen more inclusion, more equality in our financial system. So thank you so much for joining us here today and bringing such a wonderful workshop to our audience. Thank you, Ms. Shasha, and I wish you in good health and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye.
So next up, our very last workshop about NFT with a special sharing from Mr. Tan Nguyen, CEO of Wolfen Game. Mr. Khan, can you hear me well? So we are now waiting for the workshop, very last workshop provided by Mr. Khan on the topic of NFT, non-fungible token.
Hi, Nguyen. Can you hear me clear?
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
I don't see my camera. Can you help me open it? I
Yeah, sure.
think that's yeah.
Our IT team, can we spotlight Mr. Khan on? Mr. Khan, can you turn on your camera so we can easily spot you?
Okay, do it again. 1 second, please.
Sir, take your time.
Okay, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you now. Thank you for coming to our forum. And you're
Yeah,
a
my
very special
pleasure.
guest. Yeah, a very last guest, but like, last but not least, we are all very excited on your NFT sharing today. So let's begin. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Nguyen. Let me sharing my screen. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Khan. I come from Watford Game. Watford Game is one of the leading studio in Vietnam. We develop the game. Mostly is the PvP game. We developed the game from 2018. So today I will introduce a little bit about the blockchain game, my aspect from the how the NFT game work in many aspects, like as engineer, a game designer, a project owner, and a business owner. So let me introduce a little bit about myself. I am the CEO of Waffen Game, and I have 12 years in development application software like e-commerce, mobile application, car navigation system, the website, social network, OTT. So I have 7 years in development of game, and I almost take a participant in a lot of role like engineer, game designer, project owner, and backend developer. So actually, before I found a game company, I found another two company working on e-commerce and social system. So about Waffen Game, we make game from 2014, and the first BBB game we got 12 million downloads, and next one that is the name Hero Strike Online, we got more than 8 million downloads, and we got a lot of prize like editor choice prize of Google Play and Apple Store. So we are one of the very first developer from Vietnam, hired by Google in Busan this 2018, and in this year, we launched Titan Arena. That is the first blockchain game of our company. But yeah, we will take a look at the Titan Arena on the next session. I will introduce detail. So about the Titan Arena, that is the first mobile blockchain game. Mobile because our company is the PvP game developer, so that's why we focus on making some mobile game like League of Legends, like Arena Valor, and in our game we got another mode like Battle Royale mode. And with the Titan Arena, we launched the beta 1 month ago. We got 200,000 download on the beta version in just maybe 2 weeks. And we launched the PC version, Android version, and iOS version too. So the game will be launched, official launch on the next week, the end of this the next week. So let's see why the people play the game first, because the game industry has so many years to develop from the very beginning, maybe 30 years and 40 years ago. So why do people play the game? People play the game. They put the time and the money to get the feeling. That feeling make them feel good. Make the brain can release dopamine. So the people feel good when play the game. So it depends on the interesting of every people. Some people, they like to connect with another people. So if they connect with the friend, another guy come from another country, they can feel very good when they can talk in the online environment. Not just because in the real environment they have no chance to talk with another people, and for another people they can show a puzzle, show a challenge on the puzzle game. They can make them feel good, and a lot of people have a lot of things to make them feel good, but the game basically think let the dopamine release come from the brain. So about the free-to-play game that basically had some the problem. Let's take a look at the first. The problem is the people invest the money into the game, but at the end they have nothing. And people then invest the game onto the game, but they don't have too much value come from the free-to-play game. And in some cases, people contribute a lot of things into the game, like they get the future. They talk with the developer to give the idea, but maybe the developer don't hear too much about on the player, because the player itself take the control and they decided everything related to the game. So, and one of the most important thing is the ownership of the game. The player don't have any ownership of the project. They basically don't own nothing. So, and in a traditional game, the limiting of the financial system don't let the player can trade in their item. So that's why you cannot trade the hero, the item, emo icon, the stuff in the game that you own by the way you play in the game. And when the game is ended, the developer close the server, you will lose everything. So that is the basically the problem of the traditional game. But with the blockchain game, basically can show some problem with the traditional game. That's why the blockchain is so popular right now. And we can see what is the NFT game can do. The most model in every NFT game is play to earn. People put the time and the money to play, and after that they can earn the token, earn the NFT item, and another item that they can sell. They can make the money, and and basically the player is asked an investor invest the money into that the project, and they contribute to a lot of things into the project. Like they can create a guild, they can create a group to contribute the idea and talk with the developer to send the idea, the game designing, the mechanic, and the art to help the project grow. And one of the most important thing is they can take the ownership of the item in game, like the NFT item, the token, and anything else in the game. So, and I think one of the most important system that the blockchain can give to blockchain game is the player can trade any item that allowed by the developers. And everything on that game, not everything, but most thing on that game is decentralized. People can track, can manage, and can see that increase the transparency of the project. So they basically, that is the NFT game can do for gamer, players, or investor. So when you start game development, let's see how a Column working on a blockchain game that is different with the traditional game. What is different point? In the Column of traditional game, the people play a game and they get a reward. And in the reward, maybe a currency like a coin or a gem. They can get an item like a hero. So they can put the money to upgrade that hero, or use the free item to upgrade that hero, to change the stats of the item, and they continually play again the game. That is the column of, very basically column of the traditional game. But in the NFT game, you can see very different system here. People play the game, get the reward like traditional game, but after the upgrade or can do with the item, they can sync with the wallet and sell or buy that item in the marketplace. And in some system like a GameFi system, they can stock in, they can do governance, they can farming with that item. So this is the very basic place how the blockchain game works. So let's talk a little bit about the tokenomics. That is one of the most important system in the blockchain game, because without the tokenomics, the developer cannot grow the blockchain game. With the tokenomics, that is the way the developer use the token to grow that project, allocate the right token into the right place. That is the key to give that project to be successful. You can see here how many percent to sell for the seed route, to sell for the private sale, to sell for the bulk sale, or how many percent they use for the community. They can show how that project can be good or bad in the future. And in the traditional game, the developer take all of the ownership of the game, and they take all the revenue. But in a blockchain game, they can check maybe 50% of the token, or some project they can check 20% of the token. So that means they not 100% ownership of that game. So about the technology that most game or most system use, I think basically that it in the game industry, I work for many projects, and they use some technology, very popular technology, like if you would like to create a casual game or hyper casual game, you can use HTML5. If you want to develop a very mid-core or hardcore game, you can use the Unreal or Unity. If you familiar with the C++, you can use the Cocos, whatever, you can make a game. So in any traditional game, maybe you can you cannot use you don't need necessary to use a server to say the data, because sometimes you can say on the client, but in blockchain game you have to say the data on the centralized server, or sometimes in the decentralized server. So, and very important thing is you have to use the blockchain in the game. It depends on which feature that you implement into the game. You choose the suitable technology to implement into that project. So the question is, what is the real value of NFT game? I can see many people talk, say that the NFT game actually a money game, that is the Ponzi game, like that is no real value of the in NFT game. So I think basically an NFT game is like a traditional game, and the entertainment thing stuff is very important. And another thing that with every single NFT game, they have the social system very strong. They have the community, they have to work very close, they have a guild to share the experience, how to make the money with that game. That is one of the things that I think really amazing on the blockchain world. People working closely to share experience. I share everything about the new, everything about every step of the developer. They talk too much. They talk every day. They talk every month. But we don't see any action like that in a traditional game. And yeah, for sure, they have to implement the play to earn feature, play to earn model. And in some of some of game, they can have a free to play model. Free to play model, that is maybe the Titan Arena. Titan Arena is the one of the game that is the first implement of the free to play model. People, the player don't need invest any money into the game to play that. We call free to play and play to earn model. So before Titan Arena, you can see a lot of the NFT items. They need invest into. You need invest in some money to get starting play the game, right? And with an NFT game, you can take the ownership of that project by out the token. With the share of the token, you can build the community, you can build the governance. That may be affect into the decided decision of the developer. And again, the community in the blockchain game is really strong, and the people on that invest not just only the time, the money, it also the trust of the developer into that project. So, but the blockchain game basically have so some disadvantage thing compared with the traditional thing, because you have to implement the third-party payment onto the blockchain game. That's why you hardly to public on the App Store or Google Play, because with the policy of the App Store or Google Play, they prevent you to implement another third-party payment beside their payment system. So you can see very famous game like Axie cannot really on the App Store because of that reason. So the onboarding of the new player is really hard. I am the game developer. I am the a gamer, but the first time I played the play to earn game like the SC, I really hard to get on board. I have to create a wallet. I have to integrate into the offside chain, online side chain. After that, I have to purchase some heroes, purchase some pets to start to play the game. And the gas fee also one of the big problem in the blockchain right now. But right now you can see a lot of technology, a lot of chain, a lot of protocol can say you can just spend few gas fee. And the play to earn model is one of the key to drive the motivation of the player to play the game. That they rule out the fun of the game, because the main motivation is about the money. So they sometimes people don't get any entertainment, any fun to play the game. So and inflation in the blockchain game is one of the more thing that the developer have to care when they decide the economic, because if you don't balance the inflation good, maybe it's called it will check down the project very fast. And because the game file is the fast development, that's why you can see a lot of project in Vietnam, not just also the Vietnam, another studio, they make a lot of NFT game, but because basically you can see 18% of them is the blockchain company that not a game company, so they make a very low quality gameplay. But that is some disadvantage thing about the blockchain game. That also a chance for you to, if you can solve this problem, maybe you can check a chance to get involved into the big chain in the future. So my session is just very short. If you have any question, let me know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. So now for the Q&A section, our audiences, as usual, please post your question and our team will collect them and send to the guest speaker. Thank you. So Mr. Khan, please wait a moment. So I will let you know the first question when it's posted in your Zoom's chat box. You can look for the question in it. Can you see the question in your chat, Mr. Khan?
Let me see. Okay, the first question is about the sleep mining on NFT pool security threat. Yet, of course, in any system, the hacker or always waiting to take the money from your system. So that's why you have to working hard to protect the player asset, protect the player effort. What do you think about inflation in NFT game due to random number generation system, which means that people create utilize ING to get the rare item to sell? How will you prevent that? It depends on which kind of game that you are intending to build. In mobile game, if you create the clone account, you have to play. You cannot play multiple accounts at the same time. At the Titan Arena, you can do that. But in another game like RPG or card game, you basically can create multiple clone account to get the more item. That is the big problem. But I don't think we got the solution for that, because basically in the blockchain where people can easily create the account. Will NFT potential create a new top NFT farmer? How will impact the social in terms of value creation of visual work? Yes, I think in the future we have some role, some jobs that like NFT gamer, hunter, MFP farmer. Right now, you can see the people can in the Philippines and Vietnam, they can use the full time, play the game at a full time work, full time job. But you know, the difference is that in Vietnam and in C, the value you make in a game, like in a month, one people can get maybe $500 or just less than $1,000 a month. But the difference is that in C and in the tier 1 country, you can make $7,000 a month. That is a big difference from the Europe, from America, compared with the C people. So how will impact to the social in terms of value creation, our visual work? I don't know exactly, because I just joined the blockchain work and just 6 months ago. I don't have any. I don't think I can answer that question. And but I think in the blockchain world, people closely to communicate with another member inside the community. That is one of the good thing can impact to the social. And you can see the metaverse, one of the very hot keyword right now, can change the world in the future. But let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. That is also the last question we received from the participants. Thank you so much for coming to our forum and for fulfilling our participant curiosity. Me personally, I have know about NFT and GameFi, but I have never like heard about something so like the big picture that you have drawn to us about like how it resolved the shortcoming in the traditional gaming, and also the drawbacks that I have never heard anyone mention before. So thank you so much for bringing such an insightful journey to our forum. We wish you all the best. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. And that also brings us to the end of the RMIT FinTech Blockchain Forum 2021. And on behalf of the forum organizing team, I would like to thank you, Mr. Home, Mr. Gig, Mr. Khan, Ms. Lin, and Ms. Shasha for bringing 2.5 hours of so valuable workshops that for free to our audiences from all around Vietnam and also international friends. And we also have a very last special guest that we haven't invited yet. So right now, I would like to welcome the last speaker of today's forum, Ms. Phang Le Minh Anh, RMIT Vietnam FinTech Club President, who is also the forum's co-project leader to deliver the closing remarks. Hello, Minh Anh.
Hello. Thank you, Nguyen, for the introduction. So, first of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude towards our amazing audience right here who have been with us for more than 7 hours, posing very interesting and intelligent questions for our beloved guest speaker. And of course, thank you to all the leading fintech blockchain experts and company representatives, as well as lecturers who have shared some of the most up-to-date insights and knowledge of the field in this event. And just for the sake of the occasion, since it's 20th of November, which is the Vietnamese Teacher Day, to me, you are all remarkable teachers who have given so many lessons to this community. And it has truly been a humbling experience working with all of you to bring about this forum together. So, flashback 8 months ago, when I first became the president of RMIT FinTech Club, all I had in mind was a vague picture of something big, where all the top minds in the field of fintech and blockchain could gather and share some of the most fascinating insights and ideas together, while maintaining the close interaction with the audience through networking. I talked to several people And many say it's very lofty since our club is still in our infancy. We were established only at the beginning of 2020, but despite all the doubts or FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the crypto word term, there was one person who has gone above and beyond with the project from the beginning, my Juris project co-leader, Min Pham. So without you, the project wouldn't have had its success, nuances, and richness in content like right now. I couldn't really thank you enough. Moreover, it's a blessing to have a great team at FinTech Club to support the event nearly 24/7 from external relation, Mr. Chin Woon, logistic of building the Gather Chat and Zoom, Anh Tuấn Duy, marketing by Đức, Phương Anh, Nguyên Bùi, program by Thanh, ambassador by Vi Đào, Huy Hồ, and finally our finance taken by our CFO, V. And the event really marks an important milestone for FinTech Club, proving that if we really want something, work hard for it with all the resources we have. In this case, the generous full sponsorship from Binance and support from RMIT FinTech Crypto Hub, we can achieve pretty much anything we want. And as the industry is booming with the rise of many blockchain ecosystem and applications like Metaverse, NFT, which definitely attract much public attention and community, our club is also experiencing some exponential growth in terms of project undertaken and people, coupled with the other two macro environment of fintech and blockchain. Hence, I have such a strong conviction that in the future, we will continue to deliver the best experiences, either as podcast, magazine, or webinars and conference like this, to provide you the most instructive yet innovative and state-of-the-art information on this field. So please continue to support us and this community so Vietnam can probably have a stance on the technological roadmap. Take care and see you at the RMIT FinTech Blockchain Forum 2022.